stream is often known for its excellence and tardiness. The stream is often known for its tardiness. I was trying to do an Orson Welles there. Man, I beefed it. I beefed it bad. That was the worst Orson Welles I think I've ever heard. To be fair, I haven't heard many Orson Welles, but I don't think that's my saving grace here. You know what I'm saying? That's not what's protecting me from the worst of it all. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm afraid not. It's a rough time. Yeah, there we go. All right. I really thought that my setup would take longer than it did. It actually turned out to not take very long at all. So we still got about 20 seconds left on the whole run and ad situation before it's all done. My brain, yeah. Still, nevertheless, tonight's a special night. I'm finally doing some moderately special things again. Would you believe it all? We've got something here. Let's see. Let's give it a 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Ad should be done. 97th Century Fox. Fun little spider thing. But yeah. Interesting creator. The kind of Doom creator that often doesn't get a lot of attention. And the reason for that is the maps are smaller than you'd expect. So I says to myself, let's just get a bunch of them. Naturally, this is easier said than done, and because my brain is a hot hive of mess, it takes me a little bit longer than I'd like to get it all together, but eventually I do get there. And so, this is an evening of 97th Century Fox. The first one is going to be the latest release from August 11th, called Awaiting Eschaton. Single map WAD made in a week. Recently played Quake 2 again and felt inclined to see what could be made with this color palette, and eventually ended up with this. Many main inspirations for the look and feel of this map are WADs like Pal Hippocampo and I Conchizumanga, as well as other things like childhood memories of playing GTA Vice City or looking through the Christian booklets lying around our house. Yesterday I ended up finding one of the 2 kittens we had adopted in late June dead in our yard. In light of this difficult experience, I've decided to dedicate this map to that kitten, whose name was Tigger, and also to all the other loved ones that have left this world. Play information, difficulties implemented. Co-op player starts only. No deathmatch support, no jumping crouching. Free look is fine. I'm sorry about your kitten, by the way, 97th Century. It sucks to go through that. We will be coming back to window capture soon, so I'm actually not going to dump that. I'm just going to hide it. But yeah, on that sad note, let's begin our explorations, shall we? I'm working in reverse chronological order because I have no sense of proper organization. It is what it is. Let's just see what we can get done. Alright, game capture, it's your turn. What a look. Oh, of destruction gameplay. Ah. We got the Maribo type HUD. This usually means that a map is nice and easy. Oh, woof indeed. You'll have to pardon me, but something's wacky about my... No, that's not helping. Yeah, that's right, buddy. Oh. Not sure what happened there. Let me resolve this issue first. Everything else should come from that. Woof. Woof. Anybody else like Mike Oldfield? Not like as a person, though. I want to be clear. Just like as a musician. Oof. Okay. Okay, what is that? What is that sprite? I'm not sure what that sprite is, but it's interesting. Well, we're gonna be here a bit. That's fine by me. Like I said, I hear these maps are short, and even if they're not short... Okay. Oh, we get swept away if we step out. Okay, but do we get dragged to the building? Sorry, this has now piqued my curiosity. Look at him go. I'm interested if we go past the building. Bump. Alright, friend. Well, we just gotta run. Conclusion, move. Okay, we hit a wall. That'll be a bit difficult to maneuver, but shotgun alone is not gonna do it. Oh boy. Okay, that one, that's strange. That's not even a criticism, I just have no idea how you go from... How have I never hit the insta-kill floor before then? That's the real question. Not ideal, but... Okay. We are just... God damn it. Okay. Wait, hold on. This is the golden path. We just need to not, you know. Golden path discovered. Okay. Sometimes I forget that people like routing. Okay. Like, for a lot of people, the process of routing out a Doom map is part of the fun. Meanwhile, y'all know me. I don't like maps that are hard enough that you need a route. Oh. Hey, yeah, thank you. Okay, no, not quite. We're getting there, though. Oh my god, auto-aim, please. Weapon switch, please. Okay. Okay. Well, we're dying, alright. Still. What was even hurting me? I don't know, but I should have noticed my screen turning red and been like, okay, hit scanners are doing it. Okay. Okay. Man. You know it's bad, because you can usually one-tap... Boy. Alright. There's just so much hit scan, you don't really have a lot of room. Okay, well. Okay. There we go. That's better. You just gotta close up into him. Okay. Okay. Yeah, sure, this is fine. Hi, Pinky. Okay, this is a nice little nook. I'm safe-ish here. This is fine. This is fine. There we go. It's alright, Kako, don't worry. I've got one for you. Oh, it's a different story now. Revenants are still quite dangerous, but like this is a fairly regular activity here. No, enough. Oh my god, shotgunners. Okay. Okay. Oh, og. Can't fall into the sky, that'll eat me. Okay, Jesus Christ. There we go. Things aren't going great, but... things are going very not great. Okay. Give me that. And these. No. God damn it. I'm gonna rewind to about here. And I'm gonna hide. Okay. There we go. Okay, there's a Baron. That's not a good sound. I recognize that mushroom. Or at least I think I recognize that mushroom. That looks like a BPRD mushroom. Okay. Alright. That's a bad sign for sure. Got the pain elemental children. There you are. Oh, we're so screwed. Okay. 40. That should be enough. Okay, health is the problem now. Okay. Woof. God damn it. God damn it. For a moment I saw a face in that lamp. There is no face in that lamp. Okay. We're fine. We're so fine. We're okay. You know, it occurs to me, I never got the cell pack in this load. Well, this sucks. Okay, yeah, this is a bad time. Oh, God. Okay, be that as it may, bad time or no. Okay, oh, God. Auto-aim, you made a bastard of me today, as you always do. Okay. Auto-aim may have made a bastard of me, but the damage rolls were on my side, so that's good at least. Ugh. Okay. That was a fairly clean start. We made some real progress there. Okay. Auto-aim, please. Okay. 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 Not ideal. Not horror. Okay. I saw that. Not this time. Okay. Well, 26% health isn't an ideal amount. I'd prefer other percentages there. 100 would be a nice one. Good luck getting that one to happen, though. For any length of time. Ah, Jesus, here we go. Alright, okay. Okay, guys. Okay, guys, come on. Alright. Well, we're still here, vaguely. Christ. I wouldn't even say in one piece. That's not really applicable at this point. No, I heard that. Yep, I saw that. I know that. I intensely feel that. When they're coming for you, you can tell. Okay. Well, not our cleanest sweep yet, but... yeah. No steppy. Basically what happens is you gotta kill those two chain gunners ASAP. And how fast you kill those two chain gunners determines how the rest of the map is gonna go, basically. Okay. This, good kill. A promising beginning. Yeah, that's promising enough that I'm gonna save state here. This is my safety nook. This is my comfort nook. We got 184 enemies. It's gonna be like, did I somehow already id DT? If you id DT once at the end of a previous session, does it save that? It does not. Okay. Oh my god, auto-aim. There you go. What is that, block map? Or is that just... I don't know. Bad aim. Hard to tell. Mm-hmm. It's a little jank. Oh, it's these bastards back here. Great. Okay, well. Nope. Alright. go back to our quick save. That was the right spot. Okay. Okay, auto-aim. Okay, auto-aim. Great job, auto-aim, for Christ's sake. Ah. Okay. Okay. Fairly rough. For a number of reasons. Oh, are we serious? Got it. Okay, we need to kill these bastards. Revenant snipers are such a goddamn priority. It's actually a little absurd. Okay. No. Okay. Sure. Oh. Okay. Actually dead this time? Actually dead this time. Let's call that a W. Okay. Okay. Damn. Damn, that was crazy. Not in a good way either. Be that as it may. Okay. Gotta be careful here, but it's a good way to get rid of revenant projectiles. Never mind. Okay. Yeah, you two go figure that out yourselves. Okay. I've got 11 rockets. Good luck using those on anything. Okay. See, now it's just the minor hit scanner attacks when you're outside, you know what I'm saying? Where it's like, yeah, you probably won't die all at once. But some dude will shoot you from behind a bush that you can only half see, and it'll take off a little chunk of your health, a bit at a time. And before you know it. Speaking of dude that'll take off a little chunk of your health a little bit at a time. Okay, good. Yeah, let's hope there's nothing interesting up there for that bastard to shoot, because he's aggravating me. Really? Okay. There we go. Man, this guy's a real goddamn menace. Christ, dude. Okay. There we go. That sounds like a fight we have to break up, like it or not. Safety niche or danger niche? I don't know. Okay. I would have assumed... Okay. Aggravating. Well, we're out of bullets again. This is great if we can find the plasma. But good luck on that. Okay. Oh my god, really? Okay. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay. Ah. Oh my god. The spam bots have racial slurs in the name now. What the fuck? Okay, cool. That's alright. Man is... Hey, oh my god. Well, I'm glad that I saved where I saved, because that one... Whew, that felt bad. Okay. Okay. Good God. Okay. We got two things on the floor. But what the things are, I'm not clear. We got curtains. Huh. Okay. E card. I don't even know what a key card door looks like in a place like this. Do you? Okay. Okay. Hey, plasma get. Okay. Health is scarce enough that I actually kind of don't want to touch that. 2% doesn't usually matter, but I feel like it might here. Man, that was a whiff. Whoa. Look at Guy. Okay. Christ. Alright. Hooray. Hooray. I've had quite enough. I've had quite enough of you all. Well, hello. That was a really slick and stylish move that I did completely without noticing. Okay. Yeah, no. I don't recall giving any of you permission to do anything. Oh, this is a little guy. Absolutely, this is a little guy. Hello? Well, in a map like this, it's nice to be the one getting the drop on something. Interesting. Yeah, I thought so. Would be nice if I didn't waste my rockets, but you know, can't exactly be asking for miracles out here. Despite everything, it's still me, you know? What is your deal exactly? How about your deal, Urn? I don't know what the Urn's deal is. Sick. Okay. We are, against all odds, on much safer footing than we were before. Okay. Safe or not, we better lock in. That sure does look like a cyber demon. Oh, there's that. This is Guy's coded for sure. Okay. Sure. Interesting fireplace, I think. That's how I interpret this. It's got fireplace vibes. This is an interesting set of texture combinations. I think it's very interesting. It's giving... It's not even giving Vice City to me as much as almost 1970s, you know what I'm saying? Like, this could be a studio apartment in 1970. It's got good vibes, leaving aside the fact that it doesn't have a toilet, but abstract places never have toilets, you know? Abstract homes. And that's why the second I saw that bastard, I immediately decided to save, no matter what. There's probably a secret by which we can terminate him. The precise nature of that secret is not yet known to me, so... Box of rockets. Sure, okay. Okay. We agitated some guys. Yeah, heading inland seems like a good idea here. Okay, we're relatively safe-ish here. Leaving aside, you know, overwatch from some unkind individuals. Yeah, if it weren't for the Rachnos, you know. Okay. Oh, okay, auto-aim. I understand, you're on strike. Well, I mean, that's... There's one immediately obvious way to deal with something. Oh, okay. Well, we gotta be careful going downhill so that we don't get accidentally, you know, got. Yep. Get him. You can get him, dude. Nope. I saw that coming. Oof. This guy. Now, in defense of this map, some of this was just kind of cringe. Wolf is right. Okay. Well. So far, so nice. Don't as yet expect. Yeah, buddy, you got this. Cinder Thief, raiding with a party of 13. Welcome all. We got an interesting one. I think not a lesser known in the Doom community, but definitely lesser played in the streaming community is 97th Century Fox here. Oh yes, this is a good idea. The less good idea is that the spider is here having a time. Okay. So, yeah, we're gonna just quick load there. We gotta get Spider here to, well, Spider's already aware of us. That's... Okay, interesting. Because the ideal, right, the ideal of this stratagem is to get Spider to fight with, yeah. Oh, hello, Cinder Thief. Well, yeah, we're trying to hit the spider. That's the summary. That's the executive summary here. Finally, okay. Well, it was worth a shot. Okay. There you go, buddy. Come on. You gonna let him bully you like that? I mean, let's not kid ourselves, probably. Yeah, that's about right. Okay. We seem fairly safe here, I say, as I see those incoming streams of plasma and go, oh. Oh, shit. Yeah, but it's just those guys. Those guys are obnoxious, but on their own, I mean, yeah, we're almost through here, you know? Okay. Okay, dude. Huh. They're in there somewhere, somehow. Okay. We picked up a clip or two. Okay. There is an interior there, but we haven't found it yet. What I have found is a nuisance spider demon that needs to go away. Okay. Ooh, baby. Oh, Blorb. Okay. That was probably getting hit scanned or something, I don't know. Okay. Alright, auto aim. I'll play your twisted auto game. Okay. Very good. Well, we've got all 3 keys. We did that at some point. So we got one of the 2 secrets. I couldn't exactly tell you where the other secret is. Somewhere in that step zone, apparently. Not quite here. Yeah, maybe somewhere around here. Maybe even in here somewhere. Oh, there's a door. Alright, buddy. Okay. So, there has to be some way to lower that. It's none of that. We've got the scrolling tree zone. And then we've got this thing. Well, fascinating, but looks like we're missing something. Here's some extra rockets. And here's a bunch of cells. Interesting. At this point, we can probably just clean the Cyber's clock. Okay. Interesting. Okay. That's almost all the enemies, but not all the enemies. Here's the carpet from The Shining. Gotta have that. Hmm. Interesting. There's this whole zone, and then there's... Hello. Okay. I do love the use of transparency effect to perhaps imply silkscreen graphics. This is someone's gamer rig. I don't see any switches here. I see no way to get the gamer rig to do anything. I do like these textures, very Gear-esque. I don't know where they're from. There's clearly a combination of colors going on. We've got solid colors here. This is from Yakfak, creator of Sheer Poison. Made a texture set around 2021. I only know some of the textures, but I know this one. It's supposed to be very Windows 95 inspired, which I very much dig. What about you, Mr. Owl? You would think that this would go to something, right? Well... You can't do anything with the owl. Interesting. We've even got spare bullets and spare health to go around. Interesting for a map set like this. To be fair, I think it was plenty challenging without needing to go into the, oh, you have to fist fight people to have enough ammo sort of territory. I'm not too big of a fan of that territory. Where am I trying to go? Not here. It's the place to the north. This is an interesting construction. Interesting dudes. Okay. Okay. Revenant's forcing me to fall back? Say it ain't so. How rare. To be fair, we don't have to backtrack much. God only knows what's in there, though. I'm gonna suggest that's probably the exit of the map. I don't know for sure, though. I just don't want to leave without finding the way into that one secret. There's something almost cozy about this place. Like, the difficulty combined with the vibe is good. The vibe is the weirdest part, right? Because the vibe isn't like a negative vibe. It's not like a foreboding or oppressive vibe. Check this out. Check that out. There's so much stuff to check out. Unfortunately, this is still hiding itself from me. I betcha this is the secret. I mean, potentially anyways. Oh! If it's not, then maybe this is. Check this out. Why haven't I seen that? That's the little guy. I remember the little guy. Okay, let's give that guy a check-in. I almost blew myself up there while I wasn't thinking. I was like, oh, I can pop up a shot here. What's the worst that could happen? And then my brain was like, what if rocket launcher? Lo and behold, I check, and what if rocket launcher indeed? Yeah, I can see the Vice City inspiration. It's interesting. Yeah, there's that whole little guy zone over there. And what about over... Ooh. I had to slow myself down on purpose throughout that. Okay, let's quick save because I do sense... Huh. Ah. Okay. Well, we found the second secret. Now we can carry on without any fears, I think. Oh, here's some ammo. Good. Alright. This is a wild one for sure. Anyways, it seems like everything's killed, so let's go through. That's awaiting Eschaton. Until we meet again, after the world closes, until I see how the sun set on the day you left, you will be with me, in my memory, in my heartbeat. I'm sorry. Rest in peace to your kitten. That hit harder than I expected. Oof. But yeah, that was a pretty excellent map from 97th Century. That was a hell of a way to start out. Whew. Yeah. Maybe I teared up a little bit at the end there. Unexpected, but yeah, what can I say? Solid vibes. Interesting use of textures to create a very alien atmosphere. Interesting combinations. Very impressionistic. This is part of why I wanted to check out 97th Century Fox. I saw those screenshots and I realized, okay, I gotta give this one a I gotta give this one a look-see. I gotta give this one a look-see. And then I realized, wait a minute. Maybe part of the reason that not enough people cover this stuff is because they're a little bit small. Let me make preparations. Lo and behold, I've got backups. Backups on backups. So, here we've got KRS, Curse or Chris, I don't know. Because I don't know what this is. A pair of exploration maps. This one's not solely 97th Century Fox. There's another mapper who I'd like to cover in more detail someday here, so we could consider that as a preview. A Curse is a WOD centered around exploration. It contains 2 main maps, one made by me and the other made by Aiba, as well as a tiny stopper map. Difficulty settings have been modified to fit the exploration-focused gameplay. UV has been renamed to Adventure and features combat encounters, while all others have been completely devoid of combat and focus purely on exploration. Detailed credits can be found in the credits lump. However, I still want to give a few shoutouts to those whose work has played the largest roles in the creation of this WOD. Aiba for the awesome second map, New A for providing lots of cool textures and sprites, Cacodemon187 for composing most of the music used in this WOD, Ivy Magnapina and Redicted for making the Meadow at Dusk, which inspired the creation of this WOD greatly. The WOD has been mainly tested on DSDA Doom 0.29.0, with some smaller scale testing being done on Neon Doom 1.2.6 and Wolf 15.2.0. I don't even know what those are, so yeah. Some rather odd source ports, but that means that our good old late DSDA should work just fine, and hopefully it does. Hopefully it works just fine. Alright, so, and I'm going in reverse chronological order as I've stated because, you know me, no organization whatsoever. Would it have been easy to make it just forward chronological order? Sure. But I didn't think that through. Anyways, I like this color scheme. I've never seen the Doom logo with that nice shade of lilac on it. That's no adventure, nightmare. There's something about the 3 of them in a row like that. Wait a minute. Hey, OBS, what are you doing? Hold on. We gotta show off the lilac. What's going on here? Okay. Alright, OBS. Almost tripping me up like that. Goodness knows it's not the only time we've had like 50 minutes of dead air on the stream. I've had like 30 minutes of no voice. I've had 50 minutes of no video. I'm learning though. I'm learning. I've only been doing this 2 years. Anyways, there's that one. There's that lilac, and here's No Adventure Nightmare. Huh. It's like a Venus of Willendorf. Okay. Map 1. Uvala. Ah. Interesting little machine gun. Now this one I recognize. This one's from Marathon, I think. Whoa. We should be good. Okay. We've got another Maribo style avatar here. Here's a normal shotgun though. No sprite edits this time. Don't love the fact that I ate that medkit. That's a me problem though. I got 19 secrets and each one of them is some variety of platform. Bear that in mind. Alright. check out that arch file. Oh, this plasma's a little scuffed. I like that, though. Look at it. It's missing the covering. It's amazing how just slamming in a few revenants can make the same sort of combat scenario vastly different. Because this is very familiar combat. Oh, hello. Just minus a few revenant snipers that are placed in uncompromising or in compromising positions. Okay, okay. Alright, they're getting spicy a little bit. Hey. Okay. Good job, buddy. Oofa doofa. Alright. I guess we'll do one more normal. I mean, it's 194 enemies just like last time. We can afford to take a death here and there. Especially if it's in service to the vibes. I'm fascinated by this gun. We got a weird wall out there. There's the exit. That can't... No, that's the exit. Nope, that's the exit for real. You can leave whenever you want. Well, this is fire blue, but it's not fire blue. It's lilac. It's fire lilac. Lilac blue. Except no blue. Lilac blue minus blue. That's the best name for that texture. Scientifically tested to be optimal. Yeah, we got a lot of Venuses of Willendorf. Veni. Okay. Uh-huh. Maybe this is where I got the plasma last time. Doesn't quite seem that way. Yeah, that seems like a whole different section than where I ended up going. Okay. Well, step one for me, at least, is... Hello. Well, that would have been good to find. You know what else would have been good to find? That. That probably could have spared me a death. Oh. Okay. Something hit me for a lot of damage. Like quite a bit of damage. Okay, well, we're out of rockets. So that whole project will have to wait until we're good and goddamn ready. Okay, well, we're not too bad off yet. This is fine. Okay. Bastards! For real? Whatever. Where the hell am I? I don't know. Okay. There's a heart. There's some revenants in an archvile. I'm sure that'll be okay. That's usually a sign of things being fine. Oofa doofa. I'm just gonna rewind here. Okay. Well, let's save, because we're about to get into a fun little fight. No, 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 no. Okay, there we go. That was the plan. Okay. Okay. Let's just rewind back to here. There we go. Man, hit scanners really disorient you in a map like this. Looks like we're all out of armor too. Let's actually do a save here. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Interesting skybox, too. And as usual, I'm getting sniped from across several football... Well, I don't know if about from across several football fields, but from long enough to be noticeable. Christ. There we go. Hey! Alright, buddy. That's quite enough. Okay. Well, we got some spare heals and some spare plasma now. If we could just maneuver back to here when we're ready, it should be okay. Hopefully, now we won't get shot by a hit scanner from somewhere we can't see. Let's see how that works out for us, eh? Or I could beef it. There's a reason not to beef it, though. There's a light at the end of the beef tunnel. Okay. Yes, there we go. Alright. I already covered that one. There are many... Oh! I don't know what that means. That's ass for sure, though. There's a commentary on universal language there somewhere. Or rather, on at least the dream of universal language. The utopian ideal. The music is very well fitting. Well, we're definitely in an unexplored place so far. Interesting. Okay. The Pinky's just looking a little paler than usual. This place looks familiar, but it's just because of this thing. This is what elevators are like in this world. Okay. Interesting. We still haven't killed everyone. We still haven't found all the things. Well, that sure looks awful familiar. No. Oh, hey. Lyle armor. We should have incoming, but where from? I don't see it. Okay. So we've got this complex of locations around here, but getting to them, not so simple. We have to take a few running jumps from here. Yeah, that's the case. Let's quick save here just for ease of, oh, okay, Mr. Mancubus. Thanks for nothing, you bastard. Oh. And that's why we did that. Missing by that much tells me don't be in a position where you can miss by that much. Oh, okay. Well, let's try it. Nope. Okay, alright, the Mancubus is kind of wearing out the welcome for sure. Okay, there we go. No. It's got to be from here, I think. Maybe. I mean, it can't be from there. Can it be from here, though? Nah, it doesn't look like it. Even with an SR-50, I'm going to say that means that it probably isn't possible from there. We're looking for something else. We're still missing a few guys. By a few guys, I mean more guys. Well, no, we crossed the halfway point. The hard part is actually getting to the places where we still have enemies left. They're around. You know, I think what this map set generally captures is the semantic drift of vibes based over the past few years. Because this is a vibe, for sure. This is specifically like an aesthetic moment or an aesthetic representation. This is a spatialized aesthetic consciousness, I suppose, you know? Like, there is a particular notion here that is trying to be captured. I don't think unsuccessfully. But that notion isn't rigorously describable through a mechanistic view of ideas, rather through, like, sheer visual coherence and unity, right? there is a logic that undergirds an otherwise dreamlike space here. We also see some themes from the previous map that are present here. We see the combination of solid colors, strongly solid colors like this lilac, with somewhat rarer, not altogether abstract textures. Like this to me is grass and flowers. This one's a little bit stranger. You could argue that it's rocky or something else. Okay. We've found yet another mysterious zone. Okay, well, we know how that's gonna go. Lo and behold, as I predicted. Now, let me get that jump, please. There we go. Alright. Alright. Well, I can't believe that actually worked first try. Okay. No, yeah, I can make that. I can make that continuate. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Well, that doesn't help us as much. However, it still helps us. We're at 15 of 19 now. We've got... Well, I count 3 guy. Yeah, I count at least 3 guy. But there's potentially 4th guy over here. You've heard about 4th meal. Now it's time for 4th guy. Well, I hear individuals. Okay. Alright. Huh. Mysterious for sure. Not least of which because I do see something down there. Could be poison, could be something else. Why make a poison you can't otherwise explore? I like this room. You've got the statue, you've got the arch file, and then you've got the flame pattern. Like that's very aesthetically appealing. I like that. Another thing that this sort of mapping style brings to mind is sort of the way that Doom stands kind of at the crossroads between abstraction and like discrete definition. It kind of stands astride both, and I do find that not just fascinating, but in general, it takes what was a historical period in computer graphics and then derives from that a conscious aesthetic choice, like a conscious artistic choice. you know, like, the environments of Doom are not necessarily abstract solely by design impetus, though towards the end of it that was certainly the case, but also just out of sheer necessity given computer systems of the time. You know? Not for nothing was Doom the way that it was. And certainly at the time, id were trying to push the cutting edge of graphics technology, and they succeeded, of course. But I think that what that's indicative of, at least to me, is just kind of how that's become... When Doom became more of an artifact, that notion of it became mutable into something else. Like, there was still an opportunity there in the other direction for a sort of, you know, cogent and very conscious form of abstraction. There's a lot going on here, to me at least. Walls full of Venuses of Willendorf, for example. Although it's hard to say that if it's that Venus statue or another Venus statue. Because I think the aspect ratio is a little bit off from Venus of Willendorf. That could be JPEG stretch. If I had to guess, it's another Venus. But, you know, since I don't know its name, I'm just calling it the Venus of Willendorf as though it were the same. Okay. Okay. We're gonna have to attack this from this other side. I will say, this specific map, or just these maps in general, have messed with my sense of direction. That's not a knock on them, but I do find it notable, because usually I am relatively self-assured about my sense of direction. Not so here. Even though this place has a cogent aesthetic identity, its notion of sense of place doesn't confer me an ability to navigate it easily. And again, I don't think that's strictly speaking a knock on the map. That would imply that it's something that requires correction rather than just a property of the space and the way that I relate to it. Okay, well, we're here now. Here's not a terrible place to be, in terms of degrees of freedom to go other places. Grape says, 97CF did a map in D2 and rural only. That's the only map of theirs that I've ever played. There, I would say 97CF is a mapper to watch. A lot of the maps are vignette style. Grape says they used to post screenshots of their various art wads and actual levels, but they bailed on the server a while back. Interesting. Because I actually have the Doomworld thread pulled up. I was going to go over some of the maps, maybe even check out some of the wads if they loaded. Grape says, they have a very unique style though. I hope they come up with something grand. It says, yeah, the art thread is cool. I want to give it some coverage. I think it merits some. Interesting. So, I need to get on up there. Which implies from there I might be able to do it. But there's also the implication of, this alcove. This alcove takes me somewhere I haven't been fairly regularly, or I haven't been in a minute. I've looped back around to here at least a few times. Okay. This way goes this way, that way goes that way. So that way. Damn, slipped and fell. Okay, so we need to find a vantage point of this spot to fall onto this place. Yeah. Now the real question is, can we actually get to a place that has the appropriate pillars from here? That's not immediately clear to me. This is what I was afraid of. Hopefully we can loop back around to somewhere. Oh. Yeah, this particular zone, bit of an attractor. Random movements seem to get you back here. Probably one of the lowest spots of the map. So that accounts for some of that. Okay. Here we go. Okay. I don't suppose this will work, but it's worth a shot, I guess. How are our kills doing? Oh, we've gotten all kills. We've well past gotten all kills, in fact. So all we're looking for now is the last two remaining secrets, we have visual on them. It's just getting there. That's the problem. Maybe here. This is one of the highest spots on the map. Okay. Yeah, the difficulty is launching over there. We can certainly give it a shot, though. Okay. There we go. So it was SR50able. Okay. Excellent. Now it's just a matter of getting over to the other side. There's that spot, and then there's this spot. Should be able to surf on the Archie's head, and well, that'll shortcut us over, but yeah. Okay. Now it's just a matter of finding a way over to here. Everything else is attainable fairly easily. Maybe you could get there from the start of the map? Yeah, like when I think about vantage spots in the map, that would be one of them. Okay, this should be fine though. else in here? No, not strictly speaking. We've got this fence. I suppose that's one way out of here. Maybe. Okay. This is one of my favorite MIDI voice instruments. Like the weird do, that specific MIDI instrument freaks me out a little bit. Okay. I don't believe we can make the jump from here. No, I believe what we want, if we can even attain it, is to get over. Because we want to get over here, but on the roof of this. So we need some way to get on that roof. This arch file has lightning on it. Or rather, this arch file is on lightning. Ah, and this is the way back up. Which, incidentally, I'm just gonna mark. So I know where the hell I'm at. Where the hell I'm at. Yeah. What are you, incidentally? Like, that's a Hell Knight. I've seen Archviles. What about this being? I mean, outside of the original Starwalker, but... This will bring us high. This is a vantage point we don't usually have. Yeah, maybe this can give us some, There's a blorb. What are you doing all alone there, buddy? We'll go to pick that up soon. Yeah, around here somewhere. That's all secrets. Let's go get that blorb before we forget. I think we should be able to get the blorb from here. There you are, buddy. Alright. Cool. Let's see. Alright. Now with all kills, all secrets, and all items, and a message that I can't translate. Let's move on. That's Uvala. Oh! Sally will be gratified to see that. And now let's enter Lumor. Let's pistol start this one. Oh. Oh, hello. Now this one isn't a 97th Century Fox map. The only one we're not covering tonight. But it is a collab with a 97th Century Fox from Iva, who, as I mentioned earlier, is another mapper I'd like to cover someday. Yeah, it's an interesting interpretation of this Maribo PFP. PFP, yes. That's what the Doom portrait is. It's a PFP. To be fair. You could conceive of one where such is the case. Like, you could conceive of a set of circumstances where people have Doom portraits as some sort of representational thing. I think that because Doom has a very healthy deathmatching community, people underestimate just how much unexplored territory there is with Doom and, let's say, more social gaming. Oh, please. Okay, there we go. Well, we've been better. So like it says, I don't know if that was Nazca lines I saw when I popped in, but I did like it a lot. Not a set of lines I'm familiar with. I thought it was Nazca lines, but I wasn't sure either. But either way, I know you like that kind of art a lot. Well, we've got 133 bullets. May as well use them. Okay. Huh. That was bizarre. Oh, look at this! The trace work. Impressive. Help me. We've got to go help someone. Oh, and little guys. Grape says, I do like the use of the fire rainbow textures around the place. Shame they never made anything for Fire Rainbow 2 directly. Yeah. These are interesting for sure. Is that a cyber? Yep. Okay, we need to run. Oh, okay. We need to find a chain gun or something. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna hide for a second. Okay. Oh, come on. Yes. Yes. I guess it says, after doing some digging, that one's British and it's called Long Man of Wilmington. Interesting. Oh, finally. It says, no wonder I didn't recognize it, but England has some cool geoglyphs too, and they maintain them very well. Yeah, come to think of it, I think if you recall Dragon's Dogma, the Long Man of Wilmington was an inspiration for some geoglyphs that you could find in that game. You know me and Dragon's Dogma. Alright. Excellent. Give me those bullets. 5 isn't gonna cut it. Oh, it sure ain't. Not under these circumstances. I've got to figure out somewhere else to go. Okay. Torb. Okay. Oh, no, no, no. Okay. Oof. Oh, hey. Ooh. Okay, yeah, you two guys go into it. Grapes replies, "Oh, that's cool. I had no idea it was pulled from something real." To Sally's remark about the long man of Wilmington. Yeah, it's an interesting little detail. Oh. Okay. Yoop. Here we go, maybe. Why am I so stuck here? I'm trying to find... Huh. Interesting. Yeah, this ought to be a way out. Personally, my brain interprets the fire rainbow textures as... Hey, bastard. I was having a moment. I was interpreting the fire rainbow textures as rock. But like a shimmery rock? Ah, there's the exit. A... Nice try. Hello. Some manner of being. Okay. Well. Oh, are you serious? Okay, I think I'm gonna have to give that bastard a piece of my mind now. So yeah, I think I missed the entire weapons side of the map, as it were. I just kind of got caught in the non-weapon side of the map. I haven't found a super shotty yet in either of these maps. Okay. But we've got no secrets in this one, huh? There we go. I could have tried for the two-shot, but, well, I think I know myself well enough at this point to know that's probably not the most advised idea. We're still missing about 5. Ah, that's why he was able to tag me so easily. About 5, I guess they'd be Lilotians here. So we haven't been on the other side of this. That's one place we're missing. I bet you there's stuff there to find. Ah, speaking of stuff to find. Yeah, this is definitely a zone. Nothing on this side, though. Well, here's some Lilotians. Those will be some of them. I bet you these taste like lavender compote. To be fair, what I had was blueberry compote infused with lavender. But anyways, once I tried that, I realized that that was one of the coolest flavors. And that not enough people put lavender in things that are for food. There are plenty of non-food lavender products, but edible lavender stuff, really, really good. Oh. Hole in the heart, I suppose. Grape says lavender, yummy. No, for real, it's good. People don't know. People usually associate lavender with good smells, but there's also lavender good taste. If you've never tried it, Maybe this is your sign. Anyways, we've got 2 lilac potions missing now. Nothing in here. Grape says there's a local shop that sells lavender chocolate here. Yummy. And Salamiak says, I don't think I've tried it. I'll keep that in mind if I see anything lavender flavored. Yeah, it's interesting stuff. Only way I can describe it. How about here? Okay. This is where we got bodied. And this is the lake. Okay. Ironically, you can't go through there, so you have to loop back around. How about up here? Can't go through here, but there might be Lilotians over there. That's like one of the last places. Don't mind that. I'm sure it's fine. We're here alone. Yeah. Interesting, so maybe over here. So let's make sure we haven't missed anything in the obvious spots. Nothing here so far, no. Nope, nothing here so far. By process of elimination, there's only really one more place to check. Let's hope there's something there. There's something there. Unfortunately, not as much something as I would have expected. Ah, hell. Okay. Okay, so that's 32 of 33. Now, where in the hell is lucky number 33? Also, why is this zone so... Oh, bounce. This should get us to where we need to be. Maybe. Because there's that archvile zone. That's about the last place I think there is to hide something like that. Not that my vigilant gaze is perhaps the most powerful, but... Huh. Okay. Okay, interesting. It's also interesting that this specific drawing seems more staticed out than the others. Okay. Well, I hate to say it, but I don't think I think I might have to IDT this one. I don't think I can find it on my own. Help me, says... Huh. Yeah, we didn't check that out, did we? What's up with that? Huh. Yeah, I never really thought about that. Let's give it a check. Hmm. Hmm. Odd. Oh! Well. At least I found the lilac potion that I was missing. Kind of. There it is. That's all it was. I still don't get to help me, but... yeah. That's an interesting thing for sure. Let's put it like that. Doesn't detract from it being an incredible piece of art, in my opinion. Hmm. Alright. I think we're done here. That's Lumor. Here's Splemenic. This is the closing zone. But yeah, this was an interesting map set. I understand because it's so short that not a lot of people have played it. But I don't think that it doesn't deserve to have been played, because a lot of these smaller vignette maps, usually they have a lot going on. Like a lot going on. Check this out. Strong focus on aesthetics. The only thing with them is, a lot of the times, I think they just fall under the radar because they're, well, small. In general, I think it's been productive to drill down into this, because I think this is a reservoir of quality that isn't usually well known. Obviously, people are posting new WODs every single day to Doom World, but a lot of the stuff, I mean, there's a lot of new mappers every day, let's put it like that. And that doesn't mean that that stuff doesn't deserve coverage. It just means that when you're looking for, you know, impactful experiences, it's easy to get that, you know, kind of mixed up. So, within that perspective, Grape says tech-based, 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 tech-based. I'm not going to say you're right, but I'm also not going to say you're wrong. Let's put it like that. Or hell level, hell level, hell level, hell level. That's another one. Whereas something like this, harder to find. But there are a lot of really competent mappers that A, don't contribute in really notable ways to a lot of group projects. Like, if you're 1 out of 32 people who are contributing to a megawad, it's hard to stand out, right? So there's some names that might have come up, but, you know. And Sally Miyake says, I always like when Doom is bite-sized. Right, but there are a lot of mappers who just kind of go under the radar because they're not Skillsaw, or they're not, you know, Dragonfly, who are out here making megawads that are all, you know, peak level quality, but they have a lot of stuff going on. In fact, a lot of stuff that probably couldn't sustain itself over a 32 map run. So, yeah, I think I might do more of these little vignettes. The hardest part is finding them in the first place. But, you know, once that's taken care of, everything else kind of falls into place. So, before we continue, let's get that window capture back up, and we've got another one. Now on id games, Cubes Deep, small collection of orthogonal adventures, MBF 21. Good evening, Doomworld. I haven't released a proper standalone WOD since 2021. That changes today. I got the drive to make some maps after playing through Hardfest 2 and feeling inspired to play around with combat and the more dynamic aspects of Doom's geometry and lighting. I also really wanted to use Yakfox Zekmet project textures and music for something. I intended for the maps to be within a 2048 by 2048 square and to only use orthogonal geometry for them, but in the end, only the latter restriction remained. I also dabbled in some gameplay experimentation. UV and HNTR have switched places. The reason for this is to allow I'm Too Young to Die to act as a light version of UV, and for Nightmare to be at least somewhat feasible to play. Okay. There are 3 proper maps and a 4th stopper map, tested on Woof and Yandoom. And here are some screenshots. I didn't want to spoil too much, but, you know, give you a vibe of the Zekmet map set. You've probably seen some of these textures throughout tonight's stream. They seem to be a favorite of 97th Century Fox, and with good reason. They are lesser known. I know about them and have known about them for over a year at this point, if not longer. But that's because I have strange opinions on which are the really good Doom resource threads. The secret is, they're not in the resources channel for some reason. Don't ask me why. But yeah, if you go to some of the mapping channels, that's where you'll get a lot of resource repositories that have stuff going on. People don't know about Zekmet. And there's a few other ones that I haven't seen used very often that are also very good. I couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. Anyways, let's see if we can get Cubes Deep, well, deeping. We ought to be able to. Let's launch it and see what we got. Okay. Let's see if OBS... doesn't look like it. Okay. This time I anticipated it. Grape says, cool to see that set played since I was too lazy to play it. Well, hopefully it lives up. Let's see. There we go. Sure enough. Well, let's go to the UV that's not UV. See, this is the kind of thing that I personally like. Like, when we get into difficulty discourse, this is a way to do it. Grape says hypnagogia, lol. Yeah, it's interesting. Just these little indications that are like, hey, no, I did this for this skill level, and this for this skill level. Ooh. Ooh, that's funky. Give that a listen. Okay, we're gonna have to pause on the main menu for a little bit after we're done with this. Ooh, we got the black gloves this time. And a regular Doom Guy face. Here's the exit. We got 14 enemies. No secrets and, no items, huh? Okay. Okay. Well, I just got my whole shit torn up by that guy, but... This music is also pretty strong. Oh, hell yeah, this is going great. This is no longer going so great. Ah. That was really unlucky. Deep unluck. Oh, we can pick this up first. Got it. No damage this time. Alright. Oh, we just got plutoniad. Ah, goddammit. We're still getting plutoniad. Okay. This is one that requires a lot of careful routing, it seems. It's one way to do it. Probably saving the 6 bullets isn't worth. There we go. Damn, we got hit hard. That imp really wants to max hit. Interesting. Oh, God. Well, that was rough. Still, we've got a fair chance of making it out alive. All we need to do is not get hit. Done and dusted. Well, that was unexpected. Map 1, Svod. I don't know what this tapestry is of. Okay. We could pistol start, sure. Cool, cool. Alright, let's see. If Hardfest 2 is the inspiration, I assume pistol starts are, okay. 68 kills this time. That ought to be something. If it's just Guy. Okay. Jesus Christ, alright. get over here, and this time, stay over here. He's being ornery. Okay. There we go. Not perfect, but we've got noticeably more bullets than we did last time, so that's gotta count for something. Okay. Okay. Well, we got him where we want him, I think. Maybe not, but be that as it may. Interesting. Well, we've got secrets in this map. Bear that in mind. I don't even know what a secret looks like in a map like this. Okay, great. This is dire. That got really close. Oh, come on. Okay. The thing is that in this map, health is the commodity, right? Like, at least so far as I can tell. Because you can more or less deal with ammo starvation, if you're lucky. The other stuff, bit of a luck of the draw, you know? Like, as far as I can tell. Can you stop being a little bastard? No, he cannot. Okay, fine. We got really lucky there. Question is, can we get luckier with the pain elemental this time than we did last time? I've got a good feeling. Jesus Christ, okay. Yeah, there he is. Very nice. Okay. This is maybe a place to save, even. Maybe that much has been earned. Alright. Now we've got armor. We've got armor, we've got health. We're fairly well stacked. Huh. Can't help but say... Spectre, no! No, Spectre, no! God damn it. Okay. Jesus Christ. Listen, this is not your... Oh my god, really? Christ, alright. Well, that was something. We've at least caught sight of the first secret. That's gotta count for something. Holy. Interesting. How about you? Well, there's Blorb. You know, I had an elephant sculpture like this in my house when I was a little kid. What is it about Windows 95 and this elephant sculpture that are intricately connected? Huh. Not a secret, mind you. Oh, they're occupied. Let's... God damn it. here, huh? Interesting. A classic just leave zone. A just leave opportunity. It'd be reckless not to. I'm gonna bet that that's an elevator that's hooked up to that. Maybe not this way? No. Maybe this way. That'd be my guess, right? Nope. Bad guess, as it turns out. I still don't even know what these did. It's entirely the case that they might have all on their own messed with that. So when Archie woke up, I heard that. Heard that loud and clear. Okay. A lot of things are waking up. How the fuck? Okay, whatever. I wonder how... Where did you come from? This little shit. Across space and time, I tells you. Okay, well. Let's try not to get got by that. Hey, it's little cat guys. I guarantee you it's gonna get spicy before it gets not spicy. Yup. I know an opportunity when I see one. Interesting vibe, this. I'm just checking downstairs, make sure no Archvile got any ideas. Well, I wonder where the exit is. Oh, huh. That's another secret, is it? Why is it a secret? Or is it a teleporter? Yeah, it's a teleporter, not a secret. Ooh, that's a good way to simulate glass. I like that. Yeah, Blorb is haunting me. As Blorb so often does when I want to rescue him. Sally Miyake liked the cats. And to be fair, they are likable. could have guessed? Gotcha, though. Alright, so that's the exit. That's what they want us to do. What I want us to do is to figure out the Blorb secret. I'll admit, I'm a little stumped on this one. Marvelously textured map set, though. What's up with that? This is a long way to get back to Blorb, so I don't know that it's that. It's kind of hard to tell. And that is remarkably just nothing. And there's this whole thing. Okay. I could have sworn I tried that already. Well. That's very obscure. That's very obscure, and it's not clear what, if anything, it did. Yeah, I'm less clear than I was before about this. I gotta commend 97th Century Fox for making this one. It's a real stumper. No, you can't go this way. Here's a tree. Huh. Well, hi. Okay. Fair enough. Here's some lambs. Here's some lamb JPEGs, to be very precise. Okay. Well, we got one of the, we figured out one of the secrets. Just a brief visit to Jesus Christ, I guess. Don't touch the Jesus button. So that was one. Too easy. I'm telling you, too easy. I'm gonna guess that if I id DT here... Yeah, I didn't think I was gonna find anything else. Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll do too. Shoot the elephant. Alright. Well, that's all kills, all secrets. That's Veliki Patak. Alright, and now Project. Probably not, right? Oh, okay. 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 Jesus. Okay. Oh, okay. Sure. Sick. Alright, cool. Okay. Hot? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. No, not quite. We're getting closer, though. Okay. Okay. Almost, but you know how it is. Pixel perfected. Okay. God damn it. Okay. No, yeah, you need a lot of bullet discipline here. And, you know, eyes on the back of your head for that. Okay. Okay. Alright, Archie. You gonna quit being a bastard for 5 seconds? No. Oh, this Archie is bastard invested. Okay. Well. Okay. Let's hide behind view for a second. Oh, I bet you want me to hit that button. Well, I bet you do. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't exactly want that to happen, but you know. Do you think that this dark spot is death? No. No, not quite. Good. Who could have guessed? Okay. Seriously? Well, there's one part of that I'm not too shocked about. Pain elemental part. Oh my god. This dude was on the mortal plane for seconds. Look at what it did. Okay. Alright. Yoop. And away we wander, huh? Jesus Christ. Oh boy. Okay. Seriously, this hot start is something else. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, dude. That was something else. Technically all you need. We all know how that's probably gonna shake out though. Listen check this place out, make sure there's nothing of interest here. Nope, nothing of interest. Well, there's always something if you squint. Okay. Let's see if we can, alright. Oh my god. Alright, well. Where? There. Okay. Huh. Interesting. I don't think I can get to that yet. I'll give getting it to it a go, but... yeah, behind this, basically. Yeah, I don't think I can get to that yet. Let's do a quick save here, because this one has been a little wild. Jesus Christ. That's what I was looking for. Huh? God damn it. A remarkably stable place to be, I think. And maybe not so much, but hey. Am I seriously gonna get got by a shotgunner? Okay. No, 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 no. Okay. I'm gonna save here. God damn it, I knew it. Okay. Well, let's go crazy instead. That's what'll happen if you go crazy instead. Okay. Oh my god. No, don't Yeah, that's why I double layer this stuff. Christ. God, I messed up that tangent angle for sure. Dude, it's specifically this guy over and over again, huh? Well, I know what that means. Kill him instantly. Oof, a doofa. Okay. Well. Okay. Okay. Let's get that med kit that we really need. And a little bit extra, too, for good measure. Alright. So yeah, there's all kinds of useful stuff in the nooks and crannies out here, so let's not discard that. For example, there's that guy. If we can just get to that guy. But we can't get to that guy, not easily. Look at this bastard. Those could one-tap at my health total. Can't be so fancy-free. Yeah, basically anything that's a nook and or a cranny. Oh my god, how many Hell Knights are we going to deal with? Okay. Sick. Alright. Okay, but before you do that, though... Before you do me just like that... No. Not so easy. I like that carpet texture. Okay. Let's see, what do we got here? Okay. Time, huh? Gotta get those really, really high damage rolls, you know? Christ. Alright, well. Okay. Well, thank God, shotgun shells. Now, as much as we love Blorb, we know that in a tight situation like this, there's a real prize to be won by grabbing that first. And by peeking around. Don't forget, there's hidden advantages to peeking. Check it out. In theory, we could have pushed that a little further, but trust me, I don't think it'll matter that much. Not in the long term. Yeah, explore every nook and cranny. There's 6 secrets here, by the way, of which we found none. Altogether, 0 of them. Well, we found 1. And immediately, I'm looking at that and thinking, health. So much health. Big, important health. Many health. Can't just not be having that. Sniped from a hit scanner. Somewhere on the map. Don't let that for me. Nah, space this wide open. This is gonna... Yep. Knew it. Oh, that's Cybe. Jesus Christ. Alright, well. Like it or not. For God's sake. Okay, well, that's not ideal. Oh my God, it's really not ideal. Man, that was a really bad order of operations, too. Who's shooting? Well... Well, we saved here. We knew it was coming, but knowing wasn't good enough. And here I was, so self-confident that I had what I needed. Lo and behold, I should not have been that self-confident. Who could have guessed? Trust me, we won't be needing that, yeah? Are you sure about that? On what basis? Okay. Arachno, why the fuck? Probably still a safer bet, believe it or not. Yep. Just hit me with that. Okay. Not perfect. No, good God, is it not perfect, but we took a chunk out of the pain elementals when we were on the field, so that's good. Oh my God. As I say that, I hear more pain elemental behavior. Could you don't? Could you little shitheads don't? Thank you. Okay. Okay. That'll be fine. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you got this, buddy. You got this. Okay. Time to clear the fuck out. We can beat Cybe, we just gotta not choke. Easier said than done, but possible. Christ. Okay. Here's a good place to save. I don't think we can land on the owl, guys. I'll give it a good college try. Christ, you got a really SR-40, huh? Okay, done and dusted. Yeah, we'll save state to make this a little faster. No. No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, well, keep that in mind. Okay. I don't love what this is looking like. Don't mind that hop. That was me hitting the F key, which is where I have my archvile jump experiment bound to. That's Doom Guy yeehawing. Well, we can go back now. Which would be super useful if we could land on there from here, which we can't. Okay. Ain't this something? Yeah, we got this dark zone. Huh. Unusual, but okay. Yeah, going back for the energy cell packs does not seem optional. Let's put it like that. I mean, you don't think they'd make you platform in between these pillars all the way around, right? Is that even possible, or is it just possible on this one? Okay. Well, first... Okay, so you can go back from there. That's not really what I was aiming for now, was it? Okay, neither was that. I think my answer's a no, but I don't... Yeah, my answer's a no. Okay. Fine. Well, we'll aim this way. What do you have to say to that? Oh, okay. Break my heart, why don't you? Nothing here yet, no. Oh my god, we still got like 70 enemies left. At this point, we've got a decent amount of armament for that, but... given the speed at which the map has unfolded, we can expect at least a few combat arenas. The script says, hello, how are you? I'm doing alright. Welcome to the stream. Alright. Let's... Oh, no. Up. Okay, good lord. Oh, good lord. Oof. Not quite. Alright. Oh. Whoops. A rocket launcher would be a nice thing to have on this one. Alright. God damn. This bit's getting tough. Alright. Nope. To be fair, that one was on me. Almost, though. Okay. Jesus Christ. Not a good place to trip and fall, I'll tell you that for free. Alright. Okay. Excellent. Alright, that's nice. Just a couple crit rolls and then everything's gone. So yeah, I don't know which is safer, realistically. I think clearing this place out does have its advantages. Can't stay here, though. Put it like that. Okay. Okay. Man, that was brutal to watch. Okay. Okay. Let's go grab this and this. Hell, let's keep going back. This, you better believe. And even this. Okay. Now we're a semi-functional state. Gotcha. Alright. Well, like I said, we still got at least one big fight left. Probably more. Okay, well, like it or not, we gotta do that. Okay. Those sure sound like turret guys. Oh, well, if they are turret guys, they'll be killed like turret guys. Especially these turret guys. Okay. Go. It's the lamb again. Okay, well, let's save here, I guess. Okay. To be fair, that was on me. That one was also on me, but that one was less embarrassingly on me, but still violently on me. You know what I'm saying? Jesus. Alright. Man. Doing this map rocketless is something else. Okay. That was again on me. Man. Okay. That was ridiculously bad luck. Nope. That was exactly the wrong move to do. The right move to do was just to sit here and just... Okay. Oh boy, we're not gonna make it. If we could figure out a way around here. If we could get up there or something, you know? Because that's quite spicy. And we've only gotten 1 of 6 secrets. And most of the enemies are dead. That sure does sound to me like I'm missing something, you know? Okay, but... like, you've got to be kidding me, right? A glide? Whoop. Not that kind of glide, Devers. Oh, okay. Well... no, there's room in there for a glide. That's the worst part. Glides are one of the few things that, Doom tech-wise, I'm not very good at. Too much. Could be a glide. Like, that looks like a glide to me. Huh. There we go. Yeah, I don't think that would... the problem is that you gotta get it aligned, like, perfectly right. You would think that that's perfect, unless this is less than 32 pixels. Let's see. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And... no, that's 32 pixels on the dot, I think. Let's see. Yeah, each quadrant is, let's say... yeah. So this could legitimately be something. Loath though I am to admit it. Oh, hey. You matter. You're important. Yeah, there's just like a whole secret zone, you know? Well, hey, I'll take that too. Like, yeah. There's a spot, for example. Here's a spot, for example. Unlikely, but potentially the case. Yeah, the only secret we found so far, and the only one that seems very marked, is that one, and presumably the one in the distance. Good luck trying to get that to happen, though, I think. Yeah. I don't know how you'd make that happen. I think you'd need to teleport. But how? I don't know. Here we've got these, 6 sippies, but then if you, like... Yeah, if you go past here, you teleport. So, it's not that. Absolutely, this map might have a BFG secret, you know? Take that and that. We've got this, but you can't go anywhere from here. And you've got that, which, I mean, SR50? Yeah, that'll do it. Okay, but having now tasted the taste of blood, can we say our lust for secrets? Because that one was, in the defense of the map, very obvious in retrospect. No, we can get to that from that, so that's not it. But that's absolutely SR50 bait, and I mean hard SR50 bait, because look, you can see, you need to line it up right. Regular SR40 ain't gonna cut it, I don't think. Let's check. Well, if my platforming skills were a little better, it'd be easier to... Yeah, no. SR40 doesn't get enough velocity. You need SR50, and you need to actually do it properly. But having done it properly, is there anything else here? I actually think there might be a way that I've missed this. What I'm thinking is that on that ladder, we might be able to get a horizontal jump somewhere else instead. Or something. Yeah, I'm seeing some places you might be able to jump to from here. Take, for example, this right here. This is most of our problems resolved, isn't it? Not quite. We need to do a little bit more careful platforming here. But it is doable, I think. Yeah, it's doable, just tough. Well, I might be yeah, that might not be right. Or is the idea that you, like... Okay, that's tough, but potentially doable? Platforming in Doom is obviously not my strong suit, not my forte, but... How many people have their keyboard set up to do an SR50, like, by default? Not many. So I gotta be a little bit less precious about my platforming skills here. Yeah, that feels almost doable, and it feels almost intended. Where am I? Oh, Christ. Oh, Christ. Damn. Did I really do that to myself just now? I really did. Great. Alright, well, here we go. God damn it. Oh. Okay, yeah. No, that's back to what we were doing before, thank God. Okay. Oof. Oofa doofa. Let's keyframe here. Oh, this ain't easy. But I feel it. I feel it as a possibility. Like he says, we're saved. We are. We're loaded. That seems just about possible. Just shy of possible. And if that's possible, then a whole lot of other things become possible. That's... I mean... There's also this possibility. It's a bit more obscure. In fact, I'd say it's impossible. You can't SR50 that way. Disappointing, but, you know, is what it is. It's so close, that's the thing. And I'm so comparatively unskilled at SR50 versus SR40. You know, like... The pixel micro adjustments are real. If you fuck them up, you do that. That's why we save. There's a bit of a jerk if you do an SR50 wrong. Jesus. Anywhere else? I mean, I can't even use an RJ, I don't think. That'd be a sight. Can't stair step over to there. And this is probably a little bit too far to grab any purchase over there. When this lifted up, it lifted up to here and no further, so we can rule that out. Yeah, this is the most straightforward one, and yet oh, that felt almost right, you know? Too much. Because this is a bit of a multivariate problem, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's how offset you are, how much velocity you lose that way, versus if you're straight ahead, you can practically do this, you know? Except, you know, not fucking it up because you don't know the angle of an SR50 versus an SR40. But that aside, you know. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah, you see what I mean? That one, you can get up to max speed and then you just kind of fall off. Now, is that because the wall is taking some of our momentum or what? Hard to say. You can see it's really hard to pull off. No, I'm gonna conclusively say that's probably not it. Even if I were to RJ, I don't think that'd be it. Yeah, that's not far enough. Which does beg a lot of questions, right? It's so close. So fucking close. And yet so fucking far. This is one of those where it's like, no matter what you seem to do, it doesn't seem to do what you want it to do. But yeah. That's at least one promising avenue for investigation. If you could get there, that'd be another promising avenue for investigation. Okay. Nothing special here. Another place where a glide might just be what you need, you know? Now, you would think something like this would be an easy glide. No. No dice. How about this? Easy glide? No. Which is wild, because isn't this like a... Isn't this one of the walls that you can... No, it's west. Wait, no, this is west. Yeah, shit. But yeah, after all these attempts, I think you'll agree, I've definitely given it my college try. Okay. Okay. Not good. You little bastards. Oh my god. Okay. Let's try that again. 4v1ing Archviles without a BFG is some serious work. Did you die already? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I'm getting some horrible rolls. What was that? Am I seriously saving this wrong? Appear to be. Okay. Okay. Of course I frame perfect. Why wouldn't I frame perfect? Twice in a row? Oh, you better believe. Christ, that was dismal to watch. Alright, let's try that again. Okay. Okay. This fight sure is something else. Okay. Okay. And again, another frame perfect. Fuck, come on. Infinite height lost souls are the worst. Okay. Christ. Okay. Okay. No, you don't. Okay. Jesus Christ, little bro. Okay. Well, we finally made it. Okay. The Lamb Tunnel. Wolfenstein Tunnel. Lava Zone. Oh, here's a thing. Okay. Hold on a second. No. No, there's something over there. You see that? I see that. The minimap sees that, but it wishes it didn't. Okay. You teleport me back to here, which... Well, we found 2 out of 6 secrets, but I want a few more than that. If I can get them. I don't think I would have been able to make it without those secrets, frankly, so, you know. Okay. Well, I should have known the approach was off. Okay, no. No, not quite. Of course. Well, I definitely overthought the hell out of this. Yeah, that's a hell of an overthinking. Okay. All the enemies are dead. Now it's just secret hunting. Okay. Okay. Nope. Okay. really now. Wait, what the hell? No, 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 no. Hold up. This is not what it seems. Look at this. Check this out. Okay, so the tree gets in the way a little bit. That implies that you can go this way. I mean, it's hard. Rounding corners on 1 pixel wide surfaces is always hard as shit, but it's clearly doable. Yeah. No. 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 Ah, bastard. Come on. There's gotta be something, right? Oof, doofa. Can't be the case that it's just... No. No, otherwise it wouldn't wrap around the way that it does. It is there the entire way through. Any day now. Come on. You can do it, Doom Guy. Can't be it, can it? It could be it, couldn't it? Oh, you're... Okay. What the fuck? Okay, there's no room. Well, is there room here? Not as such. No. I mean, that does seem acquirable, you know what I'm saying? But you need something to happen that's not happening. Very bizarre. At least we got another secret, so we've gotten half. Somehow I think we got the easiest secrets. The hard ones elude us yet, I think. Of course, now that we've killed all the guys, right? It might be that we can make some sick jumps onto some relevant stuff. Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, like on here. Maybe there's some jumps to be made here. Jumps that would indeed be sick, if possible. I don't think so, though. Yeah, because we got the blorb, so that'd be an easy if you could drop down, or if you could do that. But to do that, you'd have to, you know... Yeah, so you can't SR50 your way over to that. And to my knowledge, you can't just walk on this. See, what I was hopeful was that there'd be some sort of, you know, alternate path. But I don't see one. Even if you landed in that nook and cranny, it wouldn't be enough. Yeah, this is a toughie. This is some interesting platforming. Let me put it like, oh. Huh. What's that about? Well, I mean, if we had DT, and I think we've earned it at this point, we see... Uh-huh. A bunch of stuff that I expected, if I could be honest with you. We have encountered almost everything that this map has to offer. Yeah. Everything is down to platforming. Every remaining discovery is down to platforming, I hate to say it. Yep. Everything that's left is platforming. Hate to say it, but I couldn't figure it out. Still, mark me impressed. This map is something else. Let's enter the Lamb Zone. That's Prokyep, and here's Senyispa. Interesting. Oh, we got a happy worm. Interesting. This one's fascinating to me. I'm not sure I parse the full... I'm not sure I parsed the full motif of the Jesus symbolism. It's like a combination of comfort and anxiety. I mean, I guess the map has a snake in it too. Well, a smiley snake. I think there's something here. I couldn't tell you what. Interesting mosaic trees, too. Yeah. It's an interesting vibe. Let me just put it like that. But yeah. This was the Cubes one. I think that it was a very fun one and an interesting one. I don't typically like Slaughter. This really wasn't Slaughter. This was fine. It's high difficulty, relatively speaking, but I've played much harder, and this is interesting. I like its artistic dimensions. I like the challenge of purely orthogonal surfaces. I think that the results speak for themselves to a greater or lesser extent. And, you know, despite that, I think the challenge was fairly up there. Yeah, we got a little bit of menace. Oh, this is a doggy. Yeah, there's like a menace to the track. Fascinating. Yeah, I think it's looping now, so... we're gonna quit game and then quickly go back to the menu to listen to the original track, because that thing was bomb as hell. Yeah, and in the meantime, we're gonna swap over, real quick, to the 97th Century Exhibition, which is this. This thread is where I'll be posting my mixed media art. The gist of it is that I combine Doom editing and painting. In short, I create a scene in the form of a Doom map, take a screenshot in the chunky old school resolution, and then add various details in an art program, LibreSprite. Below is a list of the stuff I made with this method. I will be updating it as I make more. We got sunrise over Mount Pain to start. I think I'll only download a few of these and load them up. But yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna let that play out because that's good. Resources used: 32 and 24 1.5 text v2. WAD file for download. My first go with this. I juggled several ideas before settling on a Dean of Doom fanart. I don't know why I settled on that in particular, but I'm happy with how it turned out. Depicted here is a crossover between the titular man Pain and Sunlust, which is planned to be reviewed at the series finale of DoD, so that's what inspired the scenery here. So yeah, there's a little bit of God Machine in there, and there's a lot of bit of Mount Pain in there. Got some crosses, and we got a little bit of doodling over here. Interesting stuff. Something like it says, very cool method. Oh, you ain't seen the half. Oh god, we're spoiling. Here's the next one. It's called Riverside. Resources used: PidTex. WAD file for download. I'm starting to get the hang of this thing. Made a new palette for this one. Interestingly enough, ended up using far fewer textures than I anticipated. I'm improving with the way that I draw pixel art, which is always good to see. The scene was inspired by my connection with the Bosnian countryside. Well, that explains a little bit. Salmiakis says, I like the guy. He's got a leash onto this thing. So Bosnia, huh? That explains some things. So we got some power lines added in. We've got maybe a little bit of tree detail added, and obviously the guy. And then we've got this one, Dusk. Look at this thing. This is solid work. And like it says, even added the shadows to it. Very nice. Yeah. WAD file, map and palette, download. Textures, download. Lost res textures not included. I see. Resources used: Vile Age, Celtic Shrine, Plantation Mansion, Lost res texture packs, Alpha Centauri WAD, modified Arcadia D-made color palette. This became quite a detailed scene, which is to be expected of the more industrial/urban setting. Another step forward for me. For this one I used a texture pack I compiled myself alongside the Lost Res pack. I used various textures from the Vile Age and Celtic Shrine as a starting point, and made more by editing or drawing on top to the existing ones. I definitely plan to release the pack in the future, but I'll wait until the pack becomes a bit more substantial, and I also need to organize it better. It's very good looking. Okay, we've got some sprite additions here, right? Like this radio dish and all that. This is good stuff. Let's see, what do we got here? We've got Verdant. We've got Rosie 256, O-Tex, Lost Civilization Assets, Sky from 32 and 24 Tex. Check that out. A more quaint scene compared to my previous piece, but I really like it. I got permission to use stuff from Lost Civ and I went ham with it all. Thanks to the tree sprites, I pretty much made the entire scene in UDB and only did a tiny touch-up and added my signature in post. To me, the highlight are some of the textures used here, which are made from scratch by me. I'm really happy with how they look. The custom textures in question are the dark gray block with the glyphs, the oval-shaped stone embedded into the green Zimmer texture, and the white concrete making up the valley. The vines covering the texture aren't mine, obviously. Okay. Custom textures like these allow me to add my own element to the scene, and I'll definitely be making more. Eventually I can make them public, though these ones were specifically made with the Rosy 256 palette, so they can look pretty bad in the default palette. To touch on the theme itself, I was originally going to have this be a bunch of brutalist-looking buildings that were overgrown with vegetation, but after I started making the scene, I instead opted for the details you see here. I felt like adding too much detail would be detrimental to the scene. The nighttime theme was inspired by the recently released Catnip 2. In the end, I accidentally made a pretty fitting piece for Halloween. Very nice. It was very nice. So like he says, we do love glyphs. It's true. There's this one. Blue map. Resources used. Weezer Blue album cover. Sky by Roger Rittenauer. My own sprites. Yesterday I got an idea for something quick and silly to stay creative in spite of having to use my grandma's shitty TV as a monitor. I was going to draw a bunch of characters made by the Doom community posting in the Blue album cover. I was thinking of Plurb's mascot, Banks' Cackle Girl, Mundy C's Sanahyde, and maybe Umbra's main character. Then I had the idea of using the drawing as a texture and making the kind of scene I did here with it. But when I shrunk and converted the album to Doom's palette, it looked so goofy that I just wanted to use it on its own. The spacey scenery was inspired by Baphomet Satellite by Kakudemon 187. Sally Miyake likes this one, and to be fair, I mean, yeah. Oh god, what have I done? Oh, okay, it's Imager, that's why. Okay, we're good. Alright, and, wasn't expected to be one of these to be vaguely inspired by my avatar. And then, I was wondering if you already drew your earlier idea with my mascot thingy and some other characters before scrapping it. 97CF says, nope, I was about to get started though. Okay. Let's just scroll past for a little bit. Ooh, look at this one. Finitude engine. So I guess it says, wee-oo, I look just like the Doom guys. Oh my god. Resources used. Comtext, OText, Archtext, PidText, Lost Res, 32 and 24 text, Biolage textures, personal edits of aforementioned textures, personal palette, WAD file, download. One day early this year, perhaps in February, I remembered an old idea for a setting that I never got around to realize beyond a rough MS Paint sketch. I imagined it as a black sand desert dotted with patches of weird red plants. The sky was pink, and occasionally one would find oases host to civilization. These oases and settlements would have featured iridescent colors contrasting against the black desert quite heavily. On that fateful day, I got inspired to try it and make a WAD based on this aesthetic. To keep it short, I never made it anything finished. I got too caught up in trying to make the perfect palette for it. However, all this wankery eventually led me to start doing this painting thing out of frustration. Good decision. After a while, I had another crack at this idea. I got inspired by a certain area in Fractured Worlds and combined the fleshy aesthetic with the iridescent colors. I made a palette and tried to use the advanced features of the Eternity engine. As you can see, that went quite awry. While I did manage to fix the bugs you see here, I lost the motivation to keep working on this and with the Eternity engine as well, and so I switched back to Nugget Doom and a bit later Woof. The fucking iridescent color aesthetic feels cursed at this point, like it was never meant to be part of any kind of finished product, lol. I have no plans on finishing this, so this post is for the sake of posterity. It is really pretty looking, though. I gotta say, I see the vision. It's not complete, but I see what was being gone for here, and the description is really compelling. It's really compelling. Okay, and let's see. Ooh, check this one out. Oh my god. Homecoming. Resources used. Whoa, wow. Okay. Kakudemon 197's unfinished WAD, Bajando pa Puerto Aysén, which can be found bundled with a ton of other stuff. Resource credits include Lost Rats Hex and Colony1.wad, Hacks, Pirate, Xmas Doom, Heretic, Fistful of Doom, Alt, Extremal Doom, Lost Civ, Evolution, Strain, Akheldama, Requiem, Roger Rittenauer, Memento Mori, Plutonia, Otex, Hackjob, Ta Tulki. I've never heard of that one. Wow, look at this stuff. WAD file needs to be downloaded from the Kako files linked in the resources. Palette in the map WAD. Wow, Jesus. Description. Oh, and special thanks. When I stumbled upon the remains of Bajando pa Puerto Aysén while browsing the Kako files, I knew it was something special from the get-go. Chile is not a place I'd ever thought of when thinking about winter, and yet it's a Chilean mapper who captured the kinds of feelings I associate with winter perfectly. Pretty soon I started thinking about trying to make something with the WAD's framework, and lo and behold, here we are. This piece wouldn't exist without Kako's work, so a proper shout-out is warranted. Real ones know that there's an unbreakable link that is completely inexplicable between Castilian Spanish and all Castilian Spanish-speaking nations and the nations of the former Yugoslavia. Nobody knows why, but it's there. I've expressed some of the main points in the previous section, so this is going to be a bit shorter. This is my proudest work yet, I must say. Beyond the obvious influence from Kako stuff, I've also taken inspiration from a recent trip to Sarajevo. The Romania Plateau, not to be confused with the country of Romania, is home to some stunning winter scenery. Inspiration for the embracing spirits in the foreground mainly comes from Humaniki and its fan games, which sometimes have similar solid-colored figures contrasting with more grounded scenery, and a little marathon sprinkled in. The static is inspired by the foot death animations. I took some time to settle on the spiritual motif. I mainly arrived at it by the need to have something going on in the foreground and a desire to incorporate more hand-drawn details. I placed the photos in corpse quite early, and it eventually served as the main starting point for the scene. Oh, the guy. It says Humaniki, yeah. Yeah, actually, 97th Century Fox is quite a fan of Humaniki. And then I've been working on a playable WAD, which I'm going to release pretty soon, which is why I haven't made any new paintings. I'm eager to get back to painting after the WAD is released, but in the meantime I've decided to provide download links to the WAD files of all my paintings. You'll find the maps the shots were taken on, as well as the bespoke custom palettes and textures I've used. Download links can be found in the descriptions of every painting on this thread. Beyond that, I also want to share a painting concept I didn't feel like finishing. IDK, Pidtex Hue Shifted Eternity Palette. Okay. Description. A long time ago, maybe in 2021 or so, I was first starting to toy with making custom palettes. At one point, I got frustrated with the whole ordeal and decided to just take the Eternity palette and hue shift all of it. I found the resultant palette fascinating and made some maps with it, though those were never released. Wanted to try and make a painting with it too, but it went nowhere pretty much. Still very good looking. Let's see. Oh my god. Oh, this is the TNT skybox, but edited. What's going on here? My node builder has led me to places that I wouldn't even go to with a gun. Favilesco Sigma. Description. I've been blasting through Nicolas Monti's WADs again. He's one of my favorite Doom mappers ever, and I adore his visual style. I wanted to try and make something mimicking it. As soon as I released Cubes Deep, I began developing the idea and eventually settled on doing something funky with Doom 2's textures. Basically, I took some of the Modwall and Zimmer textures and mixed around with them in LibreSprite until I had something that looked interesting. I tried to build a scene, but it took quite some time to get something that looked alright. I made several attempts at starting something, and they went nowhere. I decided to leave the barely started scenes behind in Map 1 and started fresh on Map 2. Eventually I got something after a bunch of bullshitting, and interestingly enough, when I accidentally started a new game and went back to Map 1, it looked kinda neat, so I decided to develop that as well. And so I ended up with this 2-for-1 deal. These are the first shots I took by Arsenic's Neon Doom, which proved to be a great source port. Oh, it's Arsenic's! Friend of the stream. Also forgot to mention that I was considering using a snippet of an Edvard Munch painting, Stjernanaut, as the sky. It looked like ass in the stock palette, so I moved on from that idea, but the snippet is still in the WAD. That's also the reason the WAD file is called Munch. I see. I like this process stuff. Ooh, this is strong. New Assisi spaceport. Check this guy out. Look at all this. Description. WAD file download. I recognize this spiral, though. That, very specifically, is from Equinox. Another go at trying to capture the vibe of Nicolas Monti's maps. Find this a far greater success not only at emulating the look of his maps, but also at putting my own spin on it. I started with the idea of making a sci-fi setting using nothing besides various outdoor textures from Doom 2. That's not in Doom 2, is it? I made a couple of edited textures, which are free to use with credit, and also decided to borrow a couple of sprites from BPRD's Equinox. Okay, I thought so. Took a bit to pick a sky, but I settled for the one Monty used in Episode 2 of Form vs. Content. I can point to various inspirations for the final piece. Obviously, there's the Monty maps in Equinox, but I'd also point out Catnip 2 by Dr. Nuriel and the title pick that Plurb made for Extra Galaxial. The spaceship in the sky is a dead giveaway for that lol. All in all, I'm really happy to drop something more substantial in this thread again. P.S. For the optimal viewing experience, I recommend listening to Plurb's MIDIs. Interesting. Let's scroll past a little bit. Okay, this is Worship. Something a little different. Made in LibreSprite using Steph Yesterday's Rosie 256 palette. Was thinking of starting a new WAD painting, but I wasn't sure which resources to use, so I decided to instead illustrate a scene that came to me out of the blue today. I've also decided to rename this thread. Shit's not an experiment anymore, this is my primary mode of artistic expression. Look at this. I can't zoom in because it's that size. Neat stuff. Hey, this star. I recognize this from an earlier map. Not with the eye, of course. But that's interesting. Okay. Ooh. Kachagumare, huh? Resources used. Kachagua 2 from the Kako files, Dreampal. Samayaki says the eye in the star is very cool. Yeah, it's something. Waterfile. Literally just use Kachagua 2 with Dreampal applied. Adding it here would be redundant. Description. Another experiment born out of my art block. I couldn't think of a scene to make, but the Kako files came to the rescue. I booted up a bunch of random stuff, including Kachagua 2. It's an utterly unremarkable map, yet it stuck with me. The pretty blue sky, and the realization that the MIDI playing is a rendition of a song my dad often blasts on his car radio made me stick around in the map for longer than one would expect. And soon I realized that I could make a neat looking shot with a bare bones scenery available. Soon came the idea of making the place a cafe of some sort. The bare bones nature of the map also inspired me to try and add all the details by drawing instead of altering the map in any way. Only thing I did to the map was change the palette. Interesting. Whoa. Zavashpu, I think. Resources used. Heavily modified sky picture found on Pexels. Updated by Zabo Victor. Dreampal. The Werecat textures and sprites. Lost Civ. ALT. Waterfile. Look at this. Damn. That's incredible. Description. Inspiration from this piece came from two places. ALT and a specific area in Collective Unconscious, a Yumaniki fan game. ALT inspired the scenery on land, while the inspiration for the reflected sky on water comes from a specific place in Collective Unconscious called Duskworld, which was made by Necromoon. Another WOD that came to also heavily influence the creative direction of this piece is Mia Pineapple's Saltwater, though more so in method than in theme. Basically, it led me to finding a stock sky photo on Pexels, which allowed me to make my own sky texture. After some tinkering with palette settings and LibreSprite, I ended up with a normal-looking sky texture and several wild-looking ones, and I went with a wild one for this. All the skies that I derived from the original photo are in Zovashpu's WOD file. Overall, I'd say this is one of my favorite paintings of mine. It's really, really good. Sally Miyake also liked the guys, presumably from Kachagumare. They're good guys. This is incredible. This is incredible work. Pool party. Oh, we got orb pilled. Look at the orbs. Description. Started playing with Fire Rainbow 2 yesterday and finished it today, and I got inspired to make a painting with all of its different Fire Blue edits. I'm quite happy with how this turned out. I think it captures the project's vibe pretty well. Playing around with the HOM and rain effects was quite fun, and adding a Cyber Demon to that spot was the cherry on top. See, this is where I'd maybe use an OBS capture and just like slightly tilt the camera to get the Hall of Mirrors effect really going. That's what I would have done. Tamiyaki says, orbs are swimming. Yes. Yep. Ooh. Drevni Vanzemachi. Something like that. I'm very bad at all of the languages. Resources used. Sky from Ancient Aliens, converted to the stock palette via the image palletizer. Oh my god. I'm going to need that. TNT Evolution, Monty's Enceladus and Silurian, BPRD's Grove, Realm 667 sprites, Dev Nature props, and some of my own sprites. This Starlight is a BPRD. This one is from Grove. I was playing Silurian 2 days ago when out of the blue an idea struck me. What if I applied Monty's gimmick of using an alpha IWAD textures to make locations that those textures weren't designed for? That's certainly not a new thought. Matter of fact, the second ever painting map I made, Riverside, features a rustic house mostly made out of text textures I found in the PID text pack. And then there's more direct homages to Monty's work, such as New Assisi Spaceport. Either way, the location my mind decided on, for reasons I'm unsure of, were the early levels of Ancient Aliens. I really liked this idea, so much so that I soon dropped Silurian so I could play through AA again. Beyond giving me inspiration for this painting, playing AA has been lots of fun as well. Recreating the look of AA with a vanilla palette and TNT's textures plus some additional resources was really fun and personally satisfying. If I had made this exact scene with AA's resources, I doubt it would have even been nearly as fulfilling to make for me. Something about the act of creating something new and interesting within these kinds of aesthetic constraints deeply resonates with me. I'm really impressed that that's not Ancient Aliens. I mean, yeah, that's an interesting challenge. Forgot to mention that this picture was made possible by DSDA's Doom's OpenGL rendered, though in this case the port I used is Neon. They recently made it work better for low resolutions, which is just what I need. Now I can experiment with different angles and shit. I gotta take the screenshot in a windowed mode. I was trying to do so in full screen, made the game close. Okay, interesting details. Wow. Well, check this out. Moi stari priatelli Vincenzo. We saw this somewhere today. This light post. There's something about it. Resources used. Picture of Castiglione della Pescaia, Italy, taken by Petr Ganai. Modified Doom palette by me. Description. Wanted to mess around with the image paletization and drew a silly blue fellow whom I've named Vincenzo. I also used a palette I was making with LibreSprite, though I don't know how to import palette files into a WAD, so for now this picture is the only way to see said palette. Samayaki says, I really like this one. It's got a strong vibe, and again, I've seen this light post before today. We saw it today. I don't remember which WAD in specific. I think it was in the first one. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, I've got no idea. Okay, we got a nail clipper. Rosie 256 palette, Zekmet project resources, Comtext, Bauhaus resources, Nostalgic Entropy Neo Retro resources, photo I took of a wine glass, and a nail clipper. I've been enamored by a very specific vibe, or perhaps a set of vibes, no matter. I've been listening to Bossa Nova fairly often, as well as playing Collective Unconscious on Humaniki Online. Humaniki Online? Yeah? Okay. These things invoke a very specific set of feelings, which I connect with aspects of my early childhood. I've dabbled in this vibe before, most notably in the second map of Cubes Deep. However, this painting is far more direct pursuit of it. I describe it as kind of 60s-ish. Yeah, no, I'd say this is mid-century modern. This is definitely giving MCM. I mean, with a little bit of modification. I would locate this across the mid-60s and 70s. It's very disco. Even though it literally happened yesterday, I can't quite put my finger on what exactly inspired me to combine this vibe with the strange world created by Aiba. Perhaps her vibes hijacked my own, who knows? All I know is that the nail clipper motif was the first thing I came up with for this, and that's pretty much what kickstarted this whole thing. I had a pretty interesting time making this. I upped the mixed media aspect of this quite a bit, as making this involved picking the map, making the map, taking photos of a glass and nail clipper, editing said photos, combining everything and drawing Aiba herself. I'd say the trickiest part was getting the glass set up. I took the picture of it with a nail clipper hanging off its side against the green walls of my room, but the green reflected off the clipper made it turn invisible when I tried to remove the color. In the end, I ended up removing the clipper altogether and took a separate pic of it. Understandable. That can be a bit of a conundrum to deal with. There's ways around it. We definitely saw this guy, though. This was March 13th, and the map we played was August 1st. Very solid. Aiba really liked it. I somehow feel as though Aiba would thoroughly enjoy the 1960s. Yeah. Oh, and then, given permission by 97th Century Fox, I'd like to share an artwork I made that includes Vincenzo. And there's Aiba. Surrogate mine, Vincenzo. Suppose more than anything else, I wanted to express my love for this creature and a loving reverence for its pleasant shape. I'm not much of a painter, but I really had a strong compulsion to make this. Thank you very much, Fox, for letting me share this here. Sanyaga says, that's where you can play it multiplayer with strangers, presumably about Humaniki Online. And, yeah, it's, that's what I assumed, but it's like MMO project. Fascinating. Oh, look at this one. Sally and her juice box homunculus. Not the Sally I know, but a different Sally with a homunculus. Description. There's one thing I've learned from the troubled development of System Foxes is that I've let the attention I've gotten from my art and WADs get to my head. My ego, ambition, and desire for attention and recognition have led to all the troubles SF experienced. Today I wanted to make something new, and those same things were once again at work to make my artistic life more difficult. I tried making a new palette, but it didn't work out. I tried to come up with my next masterpiece painting, but that went nowhere. After all that, I was forced to confront the fact that I was chasing something illusory. Concept of a perfect work, a magnum opus or whatever, just as I did with System Foxes. Fuck it, I said. Let's make something that's just painting instead. And so pretty soon, this little thing came into being. Settled with using stock Doom 2 textures and one of my old palettes from my painting Riverside. Both choices being something my pride found uncomfortable, but both paid off in the end. Playing Speed of Doom, never played it before, believe it or not, and Monty's Cowbang incident also helped me reach this conclusion, as both managed to pull off quite a lot with relatively little. No surprise, SOD certainly influenced the visuals, as did one of Yume Tuki's contributors, namely Roku95, particularly with the way I draw characters. I see. All right. Let's see. 97th Century Fox. Ooh. Check this one out. I've seen these assets before. Speed of Splurb. Resources used: Plurb text, Sky by Neurophil, taken from PID text, Rosie 256 bullet. Description. As I mentioned under my previous painting, I've started playing Speed of Doom recently. One thing I've definitely noticed is how much its early levels are inspired by BPRD's mucus flow. I soon started thinking about the contrasting ways BPRD's legacy has manifested itself in people's work. While Darkwave embodies the moodier aspects of BPRD's style, someone like Plurb channels BPRD's more whimsical elements. You can probably guess already how this painting came to be. I thought that a crossover between SOD's visual theme with Plurb's various textures and sprites could make for a great combo. As I was talking about the idea with some friends, Sinami floated the idea of combining Plurb text with Rosie 256, which I ended up doing. I ended up spending a bit more time in LibreSprite adding various finishing touches. The little critter on the right, whom I'll be calling Splurb, is one of my favorite parts. Really like how I've managed to make them feel like a part of the scene. Yeah, it's very solid. Look at this work. Look at this shading work. This is very good. Just in general, we've got some really solid pieces here, all over the shop. I'm quite impressed. And then we've got this one. Plurbdition's Mate. Resources used: an old version of Plurbdition's Gate, 100-line massacre palette. Textures are from Plurb text, Perdition's Gate, Heldepe, and Plutonia. Sprites are also from Plurb text. I've heard of Perdition's Gate and Heldepe. They are ones that I still haven't played. Gotta get that going. Description. Go play the new Plurbdition's Gate demo, motherfuckers. It's awesome. I made this painting quite a while ago, back on the 11th of this month. I was able to do it because I've been playtesting PIG, and that gave me access to its resources. Plurb and I did discuss the prospects of me making a guest map for this WAD, but I settled instead for making a guest painting. I did decide to wait until the WAD became public before I dropped this, and by the time the demo dropped, the WAD's visuals went through some changes, mainly in terms of palette. So the look of this painting doesn't fully reflect the current look of PIG, but I still like it. P.S. I fucked up when saving the painting's WAD file, so the map is stuck in an old form, devoid of some of the details seen in the painting. I see. Then we got this one. Ooh, I really like the colors on this one. Look at that. Damn, that's crazy. Resort. Resources used: Enceladus, Lost Civ, the Caco files, PidTex, Contrast Saturation, Effingham Huffin Angel, Enigma 101, ALT, DeWereCat's resources. Damn. For a very long time, I've had this vision of a vintage-looking resort surrounded by pine trees. Not sure where it came from, but it's been there. Now I took the opportunity to materialize it. The idea took shape out of several ideas: using a new palette I made, using textures from Monty's work, using the Marathon textures from Cacodemon 187's latest Caco Files release, and creating a more grounded-looking scene. The mishmash turned into something pretty neat. I really like how I made those sector trees in particular. I was inspired by the way Monty makes them with unusual texture choices, so I used a sky texture by contrast saturation for the canopy. This is really interesting stuff. I really think this is an interesting mixed media. I'm gonna download one of these at some point. I just gotta figure out which one, because I don't want to spend a little too over long on it. But I find this interesting because it's a way of art. It's a way of making art that leaves behind an artifact. I really like that. Okay, whoa. Fun at the fair with mitten bits. Resources used: Dreampal, Grove, Plurd Text, Archie's Texture Pack, Comtext, Sheer Poison Textures, Pexels. Wow. Huh. That's pretty strong stuff. This is a collaborative piece I made with my lovely partner Mitten Bits. We were talking about doing a collab, and soon they came up with the main idea: a scene of their characters enjoying their time at a carnival in front of a Ferris wheel. I did the background. Which took a bit of figuring out on my part, as I had never really explored a carnival aesthetic. Not thought about having a Ferris wheel in Doom. Eventually I added the Ferris in the form of a sky texture I made from combining two photos I found on Pexels. And for the rest of the scene, I just threw a variety of textures at the wall until I had something that fit the bill. Mitten Bits took over and I was done with the background and drew the characters. From left to right, the characters are Greta, Loria, and Damien. Damien is Loria's father, while Greta is Damien's sister. Loria's mother left her and her father when she was very young, and Greta has been helping Damien take care of her since. Damien works as a bartender, while Greta is a perfumer and owns a perfume and soap shop. Well, would you look at that? Fascinating. This is impressive stuff. I can't. Nope. Not with the X's and the Z's. I got nothing. Not on that one, sorry. Another set of Fire Rainbow texture usage. Interesting. Resources used. Fire Rainbow 2, Lost Civilization, Rosie 256. Been wanting to make a new painting, but wasn't finding the inspiration for anything I found interesting. The push I needed came from finding the paintings of Wenzel Hablich. What I ended up with was this vibrant landscape made out of Fire Rainbow's fire blue recolors and dotted with some cool trees I found in Lost Civilization. One of my favorites, I must admit, which is pretty cool because I coupled this together in less than an hour and a half. I hope you enjoy the vibes here as much as I do. Let's find out a little bit about Wenzel Hablich, huh? Okay. Ah, German expressionist. Interesting. Whoa, okay. Yeah, I see why. I see why Wenzel Hablich would be an inspiration for this. Jeez. Impressive stuff. Let's carry on, though. This is about 97th Century Fox. Whoa. This is an interesting one. Huh. AFX Liquor. Commission for Jared Ray Hawking, a cover for his upcoming album titled AFX Liquor. Wow. Resources. Used my own stuff for everything. I did make a version of my sky texture that was converted to Rosie 256, but that was a miscellaneous experiment and isn't part of the final piece. Jared saw my stuff in a Discord server I wasn't even active in anymore and reached out to me. I never did a commission before, so this was quite an interesting turn of events for me. It seemed like an interesting opportunity, and I accepted. Working on this really pushed me into new territories, as this is the first Doom painting of mine which uses all original resources. Not a trace of Doom's assets can be seen here. I made the textures mostly using photo manipulation, a method inspired by Aiba's works. Sprites were hand-drawn. All of that was made using a palette that I made from the ground up, so if anyone wishes to use these, they'll need to convert them to their palette of choice. Rosie 256 might be well suited in this case. The cover went through a number of changes as I made it in order to better fit Jared's vision. I've included all snapshots of development in the attached, but also post some that I found interesting below as well. Huh. That's neat stuff. Look at that. Yeah, that's an interesting development, and then we get up to here. I got this going on. Neat stuff. Ooh, check this out. Gotten der Pfeffer Corner. Sepia by Petyan. Well, we know about that one. Plurb Text by Plurb. Black Fairy by Aiba. Mechadon's Box of Skies. It's a good one. I've been playing through Sepia these past few days, and it's already one of my favorite WADs. Absolutely delighted by its aesthetics and atmosphere. I felt like making a painting using its palette, and eventually I settled on one that's also inspired by Aiba's Black Fairy, and also features Aiba herself in abstract form. Favorite part for me was using sprites of her custom enemies as statues. Interesting stuff. Really interesting stuff. I can see a lot more collaboration between Aiba and 97th Century here. Ooh, look at this. Nope. Don't know what that means. But they do have a silly texture. Yeah, that's interesting, huh? Resources I used, palette I made. Got a hold of some Sandy Peterson's Wheat, which made me create a whack-ass palette for the hit 1994 video game Doom 2. At first I was going to use the palette for a noble cause like making Back to Weed turn 420, but unfortunately the evil and vegetable spirit of Adrian Carmack, brother of John Carmack, made me realize that the stock textures looked kind of fire in the raw form with the palette applied. So I made the swank-ass painting, Leet. Fair enough. There's the hex tile. There's obviously some fire blues. Oh, this is not fire blue, though. This is the ashwall texture. We got ashwall, we got hex tiles, and then we've got a bunch of other stuff that's a little harder to place. I think that's like red rock? I forget what it's called. But yeah, those are barely recognizable. That's interesting. Okay, and then we've got this one. Pranga. Prange. Probably not that. Check that out. Okay, Sepia Palette. Okay. Rosie 256, Bauhaus, Killing Time, Lost Civ, Zekmet Project Resources, Plurb Text, PID Text, Enigma 101, The Stupid Medi, The Royal We, Space Nyango. I tried to make a new painting 2 days ago with the same palette I used for the previous one, but inspiration had run dry. Instead, I decided to finish my playthrough of Pechion Sepia. As I did, I got inspired again. I also remembered the cover of a single from 1972 by a very obscure French rock band called Quo Vadis. The single in question is La Baraka, which has this interesting yellow-red palette with some blue accents. And I decided to emulate it by modifying Sepia's palette. Where have I heard the name Quo Vadis before? Rosie 256's default color map came in really handy as the color map Slade was making wasn't usable. Besides the palette, most of the aesthetic weight here is lifted by Bauhaus and Zeckmet resources, with some help from a few other sources. Bauhaus from Zeckmet plus Segment is one of my favorite texture combos. The weird shapes in the foreground are vaguely inspired by the works of various artists I like, mainly folks who are active in the Yumaniki fangame scene. As a bonus, here's the unfinished painting I worked on before this one and some snapshots of this painting's development. Interesting. Huh. I do see a connection there. Can't pull that up any closer. Ooh. Mirisieta. Resources used. Cubes Deep, Zegmet Textures, Magnolia Textures, Gothic, TX, Comtex, Hardfest 2, Lost Civ. Description. Got inspired by a really cool artist and decided to make this piece. Really cool artist. Ah. Rata Rata. This person made a Yumaniki fan game. You might want to look it up, Sally, for your stream. Ideas I started out with were experimentation with vanilla palette and a somewhat more tropical Mediterranean vibe. I decided to make use of a previous WAD's resources instead of always compiling stuff from scratch, so I decided to use Cubes Deep's textures for the most part, with some additions from Yaska's Lost Civilization. I quite like what I did with this one. There's a certain joy in exploring the capabilities of the stock PlayPal. Yeah, I would say so. Ooh. Elderflower season. Resources used: Lost Civilization, Sepia, Pidtex, Sky Texture by Gwaine. Sepia is definitely one of my all-time favorite WADs. Yesterday I was inspired to read about the old-time photography techniques because of it, lol, which led me to learn about a technique called cyanotype, which inspired me to create this painting. I didn't aim to emulate the appearance of cyanotype photographs exactly. I simply huge-shifted Sepia's palette until I got a color that looked close enough. For the theme of the painting itself, I was inspired by the elder trees that are currently blooming around my neighborhood. When they bloom, we collect the elderflowers and use them to make cordial, which is a kind of homemade soft drink. I also wanted to explore a more old-timey setting, with some abstract elements for contrast. This is all fascinating context. I love exploring an artist's work in this way. It's a rare privilege. Check this out. Nope. I don't know how to pronounce that. Comtex, Otex, BioLage Texture Pack, Bauhaus, Mex Box of Skies. Look at this. Someday back in February 2024, I believe, I happened to remember an idea for a setting that I had back in 2022, which at that point I had only illustrated with a crude MS Paint sketch. Okay. The idea had quite a bit more going on in it than the sketch implies. One key feature it doesn't show is that the Black Desert can have an iridescent appearance, and I imagined that the cities made in it would also be made out of black marble with bright iridescent inlay. Anyways, on that day I had remembered this idea. I also happened to see iridescent clouds in the sky, which I took as a sign and decided to try and realize that idea at last, using doom mapping. That decision launched me into a journey of trial, error, and scrapping a lot of stuff. Check out the Fox files for those. And eventually, after my partner had noticed how hopelessly caught up I got in trying to make a perfect palette that I was going nowhere, I entered a creative crisis that led me to say fuck it and started making these paintings instead. And now we return to the present. I remembered the palette I used for one of my previous paintings, Finitude Engine, which was another attempt at adapting this idea, and decided to give the thing another go. I moved pretty fast, compiling the resources without thinking too hard about them, mapped without thinking too hard about it, and once I had the screenshot open at Asperite, I knew that it was finally time to declare this idea realized. It turned out that in some ways it was quite different to how I had originally envisioned it, but I'm fine with that. I have changed as a person since 2022, and so I have my tastes. I'm incredibly happy to give this random idea a home, and also take my paintings full circle in a way. Anyways, the big red creature is called Zhao, and the green figure embracing him is called Milorad. They are engaging in what many know as yaoi. Ah. Oh, I understand. Yes. I see. Samiyaki says, I've been silent since my last message because Twitch shit itself the hardest it ever has so far. Won't work on either Chrome or Firefox. Can't send messages on my phone. I'm forced to be on iPad even though I'm at home by my computer. The video is up on Firefox now, but it's just forever stuck connecting to the chat. I'm sorry to hear. I thought you had gotten unusually quiet. Now I know why. But that's really weird. That's really weird. Huh. Okay. Yasmi. Resources used of Eternity 2 palette and color map by Dragonfly and Ukiro. Zekmet Project, Sky 1, not seen in the final painting, from Vanilla 1.wad from the Kako files. Original photograph by Nathan Lee Allen. Description. Been playing through Eternity 2 these past few days and got really inspired by its colors, so I decided to make something with them. I didn't use the Bit Space palette, however, but instead translated the blue range and loosely imitated the lime range by hue shifting Doom's stock green range. Also fleshed out the pinks a tiny bit. Used the color map for correcting the blues and greens. At first I had a rough idea of replicating the look of Chef Shaolin, but I wasn't feeling the idea after a while and was left with this. Well, that's not a lot. After some thinking, I remembered a dream I had last night, which was also related to Eternity 2. Namely, last night I started playing Antares 31's Temeraire and wasn't able to complete it before bedtime, so instead my dreams tried to complete it for me, and at one point the locale changed from a snowy seaport to a weird void that looked kind of like the sky in the final painting. I used that weird dream place as a starting point for the new idea, which became this painting. I made the new sky to imitate the dream visuals and used the existing Zekmet texture edits I made. I doodled them around in UDB for a while, and when I was somewhat satisfied, I went on to Asaparite and doodled there, and eventually ended up with these funky-looking snake and weird shapes accompanying it. Yeah, that's interesting stuff, alright. Ooh. We got a bit of an urban setting and a new kind of little guy. Let's see what we've got. Fienstrasse. Okay. Custom palette made by Plurb. Combination of Rosie 256 and Dream Pal plus a custom color map made by me. Car sprites by Ocean Madman. Zimp sprite by Faye Game Boy. Sky from Epic 2. Bauhaus. Killing Time Tree Sprites. Comtex. Mortizer Resources, Lost Civilization. Description. So 2 days ago, Plurb showed me a palette she had made by combining Rosie 256 and Dream Pal and mentioned it could be fun if I used it for something. I agreed and started cooking. First thing I did was make a new color map, and then I started thinking about what to make. In the meantime, Ocean Madman and Faye Game Boy posted some really cool sprites in the Share Your Sprites thread, and I felt inspired to use them in some way. Eventually, an idea finalized and went to work. Eventually, I ended up with this neat little suburban scene, which feels like a setting I haven't really explored that much. Overall, really enjoyed making this, and I hope you'll enjoy looking at it. I'm enjoying looking at it right now. Samiyaki says, okay, does it work now? Now it does. I see. Well, welcome back. Samiyaki says, I had to click on someone else's channel to fix it. I have no fucking idea what my curse is with you. I don't know how I'm cursing you this way. Samiyaki says, except my last message didn't send. Wow, it got fucked bad, huh? Interesting. Samiyaki says, I fucking love technology. Well, here, this is Human Nikki related, I think. Check that out. Okay, Banjo-Kazooie textures. Rosie 256, Sky from Bauhaus, Pexels, Handmade Carpet on White Wall by Zulfu Demir, and then Redicted compiled the Banjo-Kazooie textures. I see. I was hanging around with some good friends of mine, and I jokingly said that my next painting was going to be Yuri. And by golly, it was. Also took the opportunity to try all the BK textures Redicted had compiled for use in the Meadow at Dusk, which I really like, especially when paired with the Rosie 256. The Sky from Bauhaus did a lot of heavy lifting here, and as a result I didn't feel like adding lots of detail in terms of map geometry was necessary, and even felt a bit detrimental. In a way, this focused my creative energy more towards drawing the girls here. Orange Dress Girl's name is Eden Zuz 7. Kilim Pattern Creature Girl is called the Yeposava 1.12.5. I really like how they turned out, and drawing them was quite playful and fun. Fair enough. There's some Yuri. Alright, ooh. Fox. Interesting. Used Hacks, Bauhaus, Lost Civ, Tree Sprites from Killing Time, and Comtex. Can't click on this one, though. Recently played Hacks, and while my gameplay experience was a mixed bag, I absolutely loved the visual direction, and I've been wanting to make something with its textures and sprites since. A few days ago, I also ended up trying to make a palette inspired by a Yumentuki world called Foliage Estate, which would eventually turn into a modified version of the palette I used for Finitude Engine, and that one. I compiled the resources and made this painting today. It was mostly doodling. I didn't have much of an idea of what I was going to make. I also ended up trying out a 4:3 aspect ratio, which I think looks pretty neat, and I might stick with it from now on. I think my favorite detail is the sky, which is actually just a modification of Sky 1 from Doom 2. Additional credits to Plurb, who came up with a fox titled. Yeah, that's something alright. Yeah. Oh, Scuba Steve has just noticed. Alrighty, since I'm back on Doom World, it's time to post all the art I made while I was away. Gonna dump everything in a single post. Okay, we've got this one, which is this one. Okay, Daydream. Resources used, Texture Town. Mod file NA, description. I was made aware of Texture Town by Steph yesterday a while back, and I instantly fell in love with the site. So many cool textures. I was converting some to the Doom palette, but noticed that some that looked really cool but didn't seem usable in game, so I decided to take two and make art with them. One of my favorite arts I've made. The girl here is, in a way, an embodiment of myself and my gender, an appearance I yearn to embody. Nice. Oh, look at this one. Yepi Sunsan Dan. Resources used. Alt, the Werecat, Epic 2, Hacks, Texture House, Banjo-Kazooie textures compiled by Redicted. Huh. Who is this person? Loved my new persona so much I had to draw her again. This time I made use of the other Texture Town textures I've compiled, plus some others. Quite happy with the palette I made for this. The blue and lime brown ranges mesh quite nicely. Different colors on the persona. I approve. We all love Technicolor personas here, so. Ooh, this one. Micah Posla. Look at this. Texture Town and Rosie 256. No WAD file used. As I had made a persona for myself, I decided to make a persona for my partner as well. This was a prototype of his design, but it hasn't changed too significantly yet. I see. Look at this one. Look at all these ones. Conferencia Internacional. Another Texture Town resource. Early this month, I came back from an 8-day vacation spent in Montenegro. The whole thing was quite a special event for me. Had many lovely moments, but some downsides also. One of which being that I couldn't make art or hang out with my close friends as much. So when I came back home, I soon drew this to celebrate my friendship with my closest buddies. Aiba at top left, my partner Mittenbits, top right me, bottom left, Kako Demon 187, bottom right. Used a pretty wacky palette that I made quite a while ago for this. It was pretty fun tinkering with it. And there's S. Leptirica, alright. Used ALT and Mex Boxo Skies. I was struggling with finding inspiration after making in Conferencia Internacional, and this was something that I made during this period of creative lull. I was messing around with making my own tree sprites and settled with these cartoony looking ones. There's a couple of others that went unused in the WAD file. Interesting. My buddy Dunes. Resources used. Baphomet Satellite. Huh. Description. Another piece from my lull period. I was thinking of Kako Demon 187's Baphomet Satellite and decided to make something with its resources. Tried to channel some of Monty's energy with this. Okay. Artistic nudity under the spoiler. Well, I see. Okay. We'll just scroll past that one really quick. Hopefully we'll be okay. The thing that got me out of my creative lull was gender lull. I had a vision in my head of my persona and Aiba's kissed and felt incredibly compelling to me. Working on this was a genuine joy, and seeing the scene slowly form was such a beautiful sight to me. I'll be forever grateful to Aiba for being such an amazing friend and for creating such a beautiful world. Yeah, Aiba's got a great reputation. That's one of the reasons that I'd like to explore her work a little bit more. Paro Pingus. Okay. We're moving a bit from the intimacy of gender euphoria to something a little bit different. A gift for Kako Demon 187. He had his birthday recently, and I only found out that day. So I frantically thought of something to do to commemorate that, and settled on making this painting with the Nueva Marathon resources. Another one of my favorites. The person in the center is inspired by the Selknam people of southern Chile and Argentina, while the birds that surround them are inspired by the art of Violeta Parra. This and my previous piece reminded me of just how lovely Doom's vanilla palette can be. Ooh. Azure Neighborhood. Zekmet Project. Nueva Marathon.wad. Killing Time, and Bauhaus. Interesting. Made this today in the morning. Yesterday I wasn't too inspired, but I wanted to make art anyways, so I improvised and cobbled together the aesthetic you see here. Definitely inspired by Kakodemon 187's Conchazumanga. Quite happy with how this turned out. And then we've got this one here. YouTube Jorts. Needs Text Town, a picture I took, my other paintings, Atari 2600 PAL palette. Interesting. I was browsing Pinterest and looking at cool art, which got my creative juices flowing. All of a sudden, I got the idea for the above painting. It just kind of popped into my mind. Well, was originally going to feature my persona here, but I settled on this silly little alien. The way I drew it was inspired by the styles of certain Yumatuki developers, namely Luok and Colby. Finished this quite quickly, too, lol. Very quick painting. I also decided to use the Atari 2600 PAL palette for this, which is one of the Asaparite presets. Sally Miyagi says, "These have been beautiful. Twitch just refuses to let me speak. I'm so sorry. The pictures are, from left to right, a Texture Town picture, Finitude Engine, a portion of a photo I took. My node builder has led me to places that I wouldn't even go to with a gun. Untitled and unfinished painting, Finitude Engine. Photography can be found. It can be found in dedicated posts here in this thread, while the full unfinished painting can be found in the description for my painting titled Pranga. I can't click in on it, but you all can see it. Here's another one. Oh, it's also given BPRD, but I don't think it actually is. Nightlife. Uses Half-Life, ALT, Killing Time, Mortiser Texture Pack, Hacks, Sunlust, and Magnolia palettes. Yeah, I didn't think so. Played through Miasma with Aiba's new reskin, Artifica. While playing, I noticed that the entire Midolin reskin doesn't really use the blue and bright green ranges in the Doom palette, so that gave me inspiration to tinker with them more radically. I did and ended up with the palette I used here. I imported the reds from Sunlust and the tiny blue range from Magnolia, and then replaced the remaining blues in the bright pink range with the various shades of purple. Quite like what I pulled off with it. Having a functional range of purples while the greens remain untouched is really useful. I still wasn't sure what I'd make with it, though. That was until I decided to play some Half-Life 1 Deathmatch, which was a ton of fun, and found myself inspired to tinker with Half-Life's textures. Some of the Zen textures translate pretty well to my new palette, and soon I had several textures ready and made this. Quite happy with this piece. I enjoyed the juxtaposition of the alien-looking terrain and the more terrestrial vegetation. Check this one out. Bicycle Ride. Resources used. Tsunami speed mapping sessions. Interesting. Tsunami has been really popping off lately, and her development as an artist is really cool to see. I found the palette and resources from her new community project really neat, but I haven't been in the mood for making regular maps lately, let alone speed maps. So instead I decided to contribute to the project my way, with a painting. For this one, I drew inspiration from a bicycle ride I had through my home village yesterday, and overall it has a similar feeling as Riverside, my second ever Doom painting. So naturally I decided to bring back the two characters I made for Riverside. I imagine this is set in the same village as Riverside is, just a different spot. I haven't given these dudes names, so here goes. White outlines person, Zuvajevic Pavao, Crescent-shaped thing, Sir Gudizn, courtesy of Kakodemon 187. Overall, I had a lovely time making this. I even experienced a sense of healing through the process of making the painting. It is wonderful. I especially like the red border here. I think that's just part of the geometry, but boy, it works well with the sky. I really like this stuff. This is really excellent work. It captures something majestic, something that anybody who's played way too much Doom feels about dreams. That's the way that I would describe this. This takes me back to when I was a younger person. Like, this reminds me of dreams that I've had. This is excellent work. I love it so much, 97th Century Fox. Ooh, it's these guys. ZTA Nice City. Bauhaus, New Text 2, Epic 2, and this was from July 30th, so before the map that we started the stream with. Tsunami Speed Mapping Sessions, Baphomet Satellite. D2IRO recently saw the light of day, and with it, the map I made for it. Ivy Magna Pinna found it cool and mentioned for how someone who prefers to make these Doom paintings, I'm still able to make a map she quite enjoyed. That got me thinking about potentially making a new WAD of some sort. I eventually decided that I'm still a bit burned out and uninspired for such a thing. However, I did come up with such a neat idea while I was brainstorming. That idea became the painting you see here. Yesterday I was playing Collective Unconscious with my partner, and we visited a location in the game that had a color palette I quite enjoyed, and I realized that I've that I already have a palette like that. It's the one I made for Curse. Today, I came up with the idea for the mini skyscrapers in the forested hills, and afterwards started working on adjusting the palette a bit, and also compiling resources. During that process, I decided to make this a painting rather than a regular wad. I'm glad I did. I feel like the idea works better this way. One thing making this reminded me of is how much I adore working with Bauhaus's assets. I feel like that wad has become a mainstay of my resource pool. Bauhaus is a classic. It's not played often these days, but it is a classic. Okay? Today, August 14th, marks 1 year since I started this little thread. I was thinking of making a painting to commemorate it, but working on a waiting eschaton left me a bit exhausted, so I decided to instead make this text post. During the last year, this thread has become something truly precious to me. It has allowed me to express myself artistically like never before and meet some wonderful people as well, who I'll mention in a short while. While this mixed medium didn't become my only mode of artistic expression, as I've made a handful of playable wads as well as more regular art, which I've also included in this thread, I believe this is absolutely the primary one. It's something I can do without it, something I can without a doubt call my thing. The core idea behind this peculiar way I make art came about at the start of August 24th. I've been stuck working on some WAD for a while at that point and was spending more time messing around with custom resources and color palettes than actually mapping. For years, I feel, I've had a problem with actually finishing anything. At the time, it was Doom WADs, but before that, it was stories and world building. I developed one idea for a while, but soon enough I'd get inspired by other stuff and either transform the initial idea into something unrecognizable or simply abandon it in favor of something new. And that was a cycle that went on and on. It was an endless chase after a vague notion of making the coolest thing ever, which could never be fulfilled as my definition of the coolest thing ever kept changing. Same happened to the wad I was working on that summer. I was working with one palette, but after a while I got inspired to make another and pretty much started a new wad. My partner eventually noted that I'd just be stuck making palettes and compiling resources and would never actually release anything. That was the wake-up call that forced me to think about my relationship with making art, and this introspection was the spark that led to the birth of this thread and the art in it. I want to take this opportunity to mention a few people that I feel have had an important role in this thread throughout the last year. Mittenbits, Blue Sky account since they don't have a Doom World account, the love of my life. As I've already mentioned, they're pretty much the person that set this whole thing off. They're an undeniably important part of the story of this thread and the story of my life as well. Maribo, before I made this thread, I shared the idea behind it almost 2 weeks earlier. The only person who engaged with it at the time was Maribo, and the interaction went like this. Had a realization a few days ago. I'm an artist, not a level designer. The joy I find in using Doom Builder comes from creating a place, not from creating monsters and pickups or figuring out where to put a secret. So I made the decision. I'm ditching all the level design crap, using UDB and Slade like I would use a brush or a pencil, as tools for painting rather than tools for making playable levels feels a lot more compelling to me. It's time to make screenshots the main art form rather than just a means of showing off your WIP wads and Doom pictures and what are you working on threads. Maribo says Doom is a canvas. The best thing you can do is figure out how to paint on it in a way that matters to you. Her response is something that has always stuck with me, and I find that it represents an important principle. I believe it has contributed to my belief of the great value of personal authenticity. I think that Maribo played an important role in giving me the courage and confidence to create this thread. Kekko 187. Doomworld tells me that Kekko 187 was the first person who ever left a sphere reaction in one of my paintings, which I had posted in the 2024 Doom Pictures thread. Perhaps a little sign of the bond we'd form over the coming year. I don't know exactly when I had played El Viaje de Diciembre, but Kekko established himself as someone whose work deeply resonates with me very soon after the fact. At one point, right at the end of August, he decided to react to a bunch of stuff I'd posted. The excitement of having a mapper I really enjoy my stuff, compelled me to reach out and express my happiness to him. This would be the start of a beautiful friendship. He's the first person in the Doom community that I became a true friend with, and has the honor of being one of my very best friends and pretty much my favorite Doom mapper of all time. We've had a symbiotic relationship in regards to the art we've made for quite a while, and we provide one another with inspiration. Iba. Iba kind of showed up one day and turned the possibilities of what Doom modding can be upside down. To say that her work is deeply personal and visionary is an understatement. We started chatting after she had posted a Let's Play of Cubes Deep, and we started resonating with one another pretty much instantly. She and Kekko 187 are my two best friends in the Doom community, and also outside it too. Alongside Mittenbits, the three of them are the people that are closest to me. Besides our deep personal bond, we also share a deep love for each other's art, and her love for these paintings is one of my main motivations and inspirations to keep making more. And then Nicolas Monti and Plurb. Monty and Plurb both have a style that can be described as revivalist in different ways. Monty's work brings new life to the aesthetics of 90s wads and Doom as envisioned by Tom Hall, while Plurb's love for old school CGI is impossible to miss. However, both explore these vintage styles in new and interesting ways. Monty uses familiar textures in new and interesting ways, such as making forests out of tech-based textures, while Plurb distills the vintage 3D aesthetic into packages that feel quite modern and sharp in structure, and brings a brand new aesthetic to the ever-expanding table of Doom modding. Both have undeniably influenced my paintings, both directly as well as in more subtle ways. Then there's Steph Yesterday, Petyan, Ivy Magna Pinna, Redicted, and Tsunami, a crowd I'd categorized as slaughter peeps. I've had a tricky relationship with Slaughter Wads, and to this day I'm a bit of a scrub at actually playing Doom. However, the works of all the aforementioned people, as well as Maribo and others, have helped me to see the undeniable artistry and creativity that Slaughter Map community has to offer. Some stuff for these fine folks have made and has inspired me in countless ways. Examples include Steph Yesterday's Rosy 256 color palette, Petyan's Fire Rainbow 2 and Sepia, Ivy and Rad's Meadow at Dusk, as well as Tsunami's Mere Affirmation exhibition, and SSS01. I want to thank everybody who's left reactions, commented on this thread, who has found my work enjoyable and meaningful, as well as all the people who have made every single palette, texture, sprite, and other resource I've used for every single one of my paintings. Everyone mentioned here has made this thread possible. Thank you. I'm gonna upblorb myself. No, I'm gonna upblorb too. We like an upblorb. Ooh, check this one out. Shade. Resources used: Happy Time Circus 2 from MapWad file, Zekmet Project, Bauhaus Doom 1, Form vs. Content, Lawsrest, Quake 1 palette and textures, Lost Civ, Violage textures, Crystal's Forest textures, a couple of personal edits of Violage and Crystal Forest textures for Resource Pack Wad. Okay. Look at this. That's very well shaded. I've dipped my toes in working with color palettes completely different from Doom's with a weighting Eschaton. This is my second go at such a thing. This time, I've chosen to work with a palette from Quake 1, and I like it quite a lot. I mainly enjoy the less saturated look of the colors. I've compiled the large resource pack with graphics I've converted to the palette, and I intend to keep it updated as time goes on. Feel free to use the resource pack. Simply credit me and all the aforementioned sources I got the textures from. Most textures have been renamed to signify where they're taken from, although it might be a good idea to wait a bit until I refine the pack some more. The character featured here is one of my partner's OCs and one I'm quite fond of, since they reflect an aspect of my gender, I feel. The background is inspired by an older picture of the front yard of my mother's old house, which has since been demolished. This was, in a way, an opportunity for me to channel those memories, since that place is one I have many fond feelings for. Yeah, the passage of time and all that. I know that feeling. We're almost through all these fascinating places and pictures, but I definitely want more. A Quiet Night. Resources used: Hexen palette. Wow, I wouldn't have guessed. Description. I decided to play both the Heretic and Hexen remasters recently, and they're both wonderful. I only played a tiny bit of Heretic before, and never touched Hexen, so I'm happy to finally be playing them for the first time. One of the many things I enjoyed about both games is how they use color. So much so that I decided to make a painting using Hexen's color palette and color map. I also wanted to make all the textures and sprites myself. I went for a hand-drawn style over photo manipulation or editing existing textures, and I'm quite pleased with the result. I feel a comfy yet mysterious vibe with this one. It definitely has a good vibe. I'd agree with that. There's a certain comfy energy here. And then there's this one. Life After Quake. Resources used: Lost Civ, texture Maya.dk, Texture Ninja, burningwell.org, Sky Photo by Titus Charnka, Texture Town, I keep misremembering it as Texture House for some reason, and Campagna, Comtex, Quake 2 textures from Realm 667, Bauhaus, and ALT. Description. Decided to make a combo out of the palettes from Doom and Quake, and that gave me inspiration to make some art. The palette proved to be quite to my liking. The original Quake 2 palette doesn't mesh well with the lighter tones of Doom graphics. Beyond the color palette, Aiba, Kakodemon187, and Sage also hooked me up with some cool sources for textures and sprites, and that gave me even more inspiration. Eventually made this. The idea of a Berserker from Quake 2 settling down was a natural result of the ideas floating around and the fact that I was using Quake 2 colors and textures. The Berserker here became enraptured by the peaceful countryside he found himself in, and chose a more peaceful life. Since the Strog never gave him a name, he chose the name Valentin Mezaros Velho Mazzaferro. Alright. This is a fun one. This is really cute. That's excellent. And then there's this last one, which was actually what inspired me to make this whole thing. Believe it or not. Davno... I don't know these accents, I'm so sorry. But yeah. Description. Yesterday I played a Yumaniki fan game called Quilt, and I became delighted by it instantly, so much so that I wanted to make something inspired by its various vistas. This piece is a result of that. Decided to use the Heretic palette this time, and like with my Hexen palette painting, I chose to make all the textures by hand. Didn't make sprites, Instead, I chose to draw in the additional details in Usiprite. Very nice stuff. So yeah, actually I saw Big Ol' Billy retweet this one, and I decided I was mistaken. I was under the impression that 97th Century had made Quilt at first. Then I decided to look into it a little bit more and got understood, got understanding. And in the meantime, I discovered a buttload of Doom wads instead, and so many good ones. Before I wrap up tonight, though, we're going to go back to the start of the map and peruse one of these artifacts. I'm thinking Riverside specifically, because it should be an easy one to download. Oh yeah, I'm gonna... Yep. Bye-bye. Okay. There we go. Downloading should be going, and there it is. It's called freaky.wad, which is fascinating to me. So, let's quit the game, and let's see what'll happen. Because presumably, 97th had to pop in to make that. So, let's get ZDoom Launcher going. And we'll just hit the downloads file and give that a peek-see. Okay. Let's see if this launches. It should. Then I'll hit OBS up. It is launching. Cool. Okay. I'll tab out. There we go. Do what we have to do to the game capture to get it to capture. Yeah, there we go. This ought to do it, yes? Yeah, there it goes. Oh, God. As you can see... Yeah, as you can see, it's, Yeah. We'll start in UV. It doesn't really matter, but I just wanted to check this out. Look at this. Wow. Check that out in the distance. Hold on, let me pull up the Twitch chat. Sally Miyake's been very effusive about the art. I didn't catch all of that because of the technical issues as well as, you know, my own focus on this. But this is what I was talking about. This is a fascinating way to create art because it leaves behind an artifact that you yourself can explore. Now, people talk about paintings that you can fall into, right? But this is a sort of, like, actualization of that metaphor. This is crazy to me. What a novel use of Doom textures and Doom technology. And, again, it leaves behind, like, tangible artifacts that you can interface with. And it's not quite the same as the art itself. We're missing, for example, the entity. But look at this. Look at that. Wow, Pidtex rocks. So like it says, it's a digital version of making a physical painting. Yeah, something like that. It's fascinating to me. Especially the fact that I can just walk around it. Whoa. I really can just walk around here. I can go for a while. And check it out. Like, there's even this space that is like a canvas to me. You can see from the light textures of the, well, the thing in the sky. I don't know if you want to consider it a spaceship or not. I don't necessarily think that it is. And you can even see some other artifacting in the sky. It's kind of hard to spot. It's in the orange band. The problem is that I'm streaming at 720p, and I think that's sub-pixel resolution at this point. But if I close in, and I move just so, you can kind of see it. I wonder what that is. Obviously, because this is not like a fully completed map set, it just uses derunning, but we don't worry about that. As you can see, there are some physical artifacts, such as the use of Star Tan back here where nobody's looking. However, even over here, 97th Century has used the same texture all the way around. This is fascinating stuff. Absolutely crazy. I really love how it turned out. I really love the fact that I get to just walk around and look at this. Ah. What a fascinating way to create art, and I'm really happy that I got to celebrate it. I really hope that more... Like, it would be really fascinating if Mount Pain 27 or someone else covered this, because this is incredible work, and I really just think it's a damn shame nobody else has done a deep dive onto an artist like this, because this is... Sally Miyake says it's really good. It's novel. It's inventive. it's sparking my own imagination just for the possibilities of it. Like leaving behind a tangible artifact of your art, but it's digital art in this way is so fascinating to me. To say nothing of 97th Century's incredible grasp of all the sort of low res technology that you could even imagine. Anyways, yeah, that's going to be it from me tonight. I am so glad that I took the time to explore this amazing artist's work, and I really hope that I can get 97th Century's name out there and get some more attention on it because it really deserves it. Like the 97th Century Fox deserves this a lot. Soundlyaki says thanks for the stream and thank you all for joining. I hope that you learned about a new and incredible Doom artist, and I hope that people give 97th Century Fox more attention. If there's anything I want people to take away from this stream, it is, oh my god, start paying attention to 97th Century Fox. I wouldn't be surprised if they get a Mac Award, because this is great stuff. Anyways, thank you all for joining me. I'll see you around. Till then, stay safe, everybody, and bye-bye now.